and as I said, don't worry. I can handle that senseless brute with ease. The young witch insisted, giving Mocha a tight squeeze as they approached her room. Nonetheless, thank you for escorting me. Have an exquisite evening. Hopping away from the vampiress, Youkai cheerfully swung open the door to her dorm room, and was somewhat surprised to find that the light was on inside. The rest of her surprise was thoroughly booked by the sight of dozens of glossy black eyes staring at her quietly, unperturbed by her entrance. Yukai's cheer drained from her expression at a rate comparable to the blood draining from her face as she looked over the many large, hairy, big, and huge spiders that seemed to have taken up residence in her room, many of which were quite massive. Oh, sure, none of them held a candle to the spider monster that the Exploration Club had run into on their first trip, but as arachnids went she was fairly certain some of the ones present could have subdued and eaten her without the assistance of lethal venoms, which she was sure they had anyway, given her initial survey of the land around the dorms and the wildlife that was usually found there. Without speaking a word, Youkai stiffly stepped backward into the hallway and then gently closed the door behind her. Mocha, the vampiress, who had almost turned the corner at the end of the hall, stopped in her tracks and turned around. Yes? What is it? See, circumstances have arisen that make my room unsuitable for its habitation. See, can I sleep with you? Had the request been made normally, Mocha would have definitely drawn the line there and then. As tolerant as she was of Yukai's clinginess and her habit of groping Mocha's breasts whenever it pleased her, she was well aware of the witch's ultimate intentions toward her and wasn't quite ready to make that concession for the sake of their burgeoning friendship. One glance at the glassy-eyed and trembling Youkai, however, and her resistance shattered like glass. Of course you can sleep with me. Is something wrong with your room? Just a minor SS setback, Youkai stuttered, her eyes starting to twitch as she latched back onto Mocha. One that can be rectified with a broom and some raid. A lot of raid. Maybe with a fire hose. Alright, I'll see you in class. Tsukune called behind him as he stepped through the doorway into the dorm hall, ready to start a brand new day of monstrous education. His rather pleasant attitude was necessarily tempered when he realized that Mocha was standing outside in the middle of the hall, her arms crossed over her chest. Oh, Mocha. Hi, he said somewhat frostily, guessing that the vampiress wasn't here to make up with him. Tsukune, this needs to stop, Mocha said, launching straight to the heart of the matter. If we don't end this fight between Ranma and Youkai, someone's going to get hurt. Wow, did you? Tsukune mumbled, rubbing his head as if perplexed. Didn't we have this exact conversation before? Only it was Emmy who said we should do something about it. Mocha groaned slightly at the reminder. Well, if that's how you feel, then let's stop them. You can do it, right? Ranma will listen to you. Tsukune rubbed his chin for a few seconds. None. Then the human turned and headed down the hall, whistling merrily to himself. Mocha spent a few moments stunned, but soon recovered and raced after him. Wait! What are you talking about? Why not? Tsukune shrugged, not turning toward the vampiress. I was worried about Ranma at first, but he doesn't seem too bothered by the whole thing, he admitted. Well, there's also the peace of mind that comes from knowing that the spiders nesting in your room are spending the night someplace else, but that's incidental. Mocha looked quite upset at this, so Tsukune added, of course, you could always just ask Youkai to stop. I'm sure Ranma wouldn't antagonize someone who isn't bothering him. Mocha scowled. It's not that easy, you know. Youkai doesn't want to stop. Tsukune halted. What? I told her that all this trouble really wasn't worth it, and that Ranma might do something really dangerous if they kept fighting. She wasn't convinced, Mocha said pensively. I think she's treating this like some sort of game. Tsukune frowned at that, but eventually shrugged once more. Well, if you can't rein in Youkai, I don't know how you expect me to stop Ranma. Besides, maybe we're worrying too much about this. What do you mean? Mocha asked as she moved to walk alongside the human boy. I mean that they, I don't know, seem really into this pet, somehow, Tsukune mumbled. I think they're less worried about spiting each other rather than outdoing each other. Mocha looked unconvinced. That doesn't exactly make me feel better. Surely the pair would have continued their discussion, but Tsukune suddenly veered out of the way as he saw several rather angry-looking people in strange black uniforms march up the stairs, looking as if they would happily trample anything that got in their way. Mocha followed suit, and the vampiress stared in confusion as the group stomped by. Were those students? She asked nervously. They looked too young to be staff or faculty, but they weren't wearing the normal uniforms. Tsukune scratched his head. Those bands on their arms said Protection Committee. There's a Protection Committee? What do they do? Mocha asked skeptically. Not much, as far as I can tell, Tsukune said, turning back around. Come on, let's go to class. It doesn't have anything to do with us. All right. Ranma hummed pleasantly to himself as he scrubbed himself clean in the shower, calculating his next move in his head. If I can get the spiders out of Yukai's room before homeroom is over, then I can still arrive soon enough that I won't get marked completely absent. Not that he would have spent any time in the presence of his terrifyingly feline homeroom instructor at all if he could help it, but he did have a minimum attendance to keep up. What should I do next? Maybe I could replace her wand with a prop. Maybe even something that lights up and makes noise, so she thinks there's something wrong with it. Had any of his instructors, say Richard, been privy to his thoughts, each one of them would have commented that if Ranma put half the planning and effort he had put into this prank or into his studies, then his grades wouldn't be a problem. Professor Richard, on the other hand, would have simply recommended fire. Wonder what she's gonna come at me with. After the spider thing, it'll probably be an attack on the dorms, in some way. I hope it doesn't affect Tsukune too. No way, he deserves it. Was about at this point that the water temperature spontaneously dropped about 90 degrees in the space of a second, causing Ranma's eyes to bug out from the combination of flesh-piercing cold and the unexpected shift in gender. G.A.H. Youkai cackled to herself as she finished activating the cold charm that had been fixed to the hot water pipe leading up to the floor of the dorms that Ranma and Tsukune inhabited. A moment later a loud shout came from the expected room, causing another round of chortling. My point once again, Youkai crowed as she crept stealthily out of the utility closet. Your move, Sodom. He may have surprised her with his resourcefulness so far, but it was only a matter of time until he ran out of ideas. When pitted against the numerous possibilities offered by magic, combined with her own superb intellect, the poor sap stood no chance. It was kind of weird. Oh, the young witch thought as she headed toward the stairs. That almost sounded like a girl's scream. OKKK. And not a BB bad move. Ranma mumbled to herself as she shivered badly, reaching for her towel. Looking back at the tub, the shower head now sported a long, thick icicle that hung down almost to the floor of the tub, slowly dripping icy water into the drain. Maybe I could get a wand replica that gives little electric shocks, or shoots out confetti when she tries to use it. I'll have to ask around, the big-tailed girl mused as she dried herself off rapidly, warming enough to stop shaking. Once Ranma got out of the bathroom she started getting dressed, but had only put on her boxers and undershirt before she heard someone banging on the door with their fist. Just a minute, Ranma said as she slipped on her pants. Wham! The door suddenly collapsed as whoever was outside kicked it in, and Ranma blinked as several people stormed into the room angrily. There were 3 boys and 1 girl, all wearing the same black uniform that vaguely reminded Ranma of military uniforms and armbands that identified them as members of the Protection Committee. Protection Committee? Oh, that's right. Once she recalled yesterday's encounter she promptly recognized one of the boys as Haruo, the one who had been misguided by Youkai. It wasn't easy to tell, what with the bandages around much of his face and the considerable swelling, but it was definitely him. Huh? Is this about yesterday? Or is the runt trying a double whammy? Haruo scowled as he looked around the dorm room, largely ignoring the redhead until he was fairly certain there was no one else around. You, he demanded. Where's Ranma Sodom? Ranma blinked, and then cocked her head to one side as she started her airhead routine. Ranma, you know. I'm not sure I know who that is. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, looking impatient. Hello, do you have the wrong room? And no. He was here. I know it. Hello insisted. Just because he was here doesn't mean this is his room. One of the other boys noted, the both of them openly admiring Ranma's cleavage. Whatever. Haruo growled, taking out a piece of paper and holding it up in front of Ranma. You see this? This is an order officiating the removal of all spiders from the premises. Those pets of Sodoms are a threat to the health and well-being of the students, as evidenced when one of them attacked me. They are all to be removed at once. That's removed, not harmed, said the girl, who Ranma noted had slight bags under her eyes and long, silky black hair. Right? Hello? Yeah, whatever you say, Kaito, the male enforcer mumbled, clearly annoyed by the mandate. So where are they? Ah! Kaito and Haruo, who hadn't been paying particular attention to the big-tailed girl in the middle of the room, turned to see that the redhead was now shaking, her eyes wide with terror. You mean, there are spiders in here? Ranma squeaked, tears leaking out of the corner of her eyes as she bunched up her hands under her chin. Very slowly, Kaito and the two unnamed enforcers turned toward Haruo, who blanched. Wait. You mean you didn't see them? That's impossible. Those things were huge. Bigger than a man's head. Oh. Ranma promptly collapsed backward in her best impression of a faint, and conveniently landed on her bed. I mean, just because she didn't see. Haruo stumbled over his words as Kaito glanced around, her expression tightening. They were here. I swear it. Well, they're not here now, Kaito snapped. I would be able to sense them if they were. What? But Kaito, swoop. With a flick of her fingers, Haruo's mouth was suddenly covered with a patch of sticky threads, and Kaito snorted as she walked out of the room. Really, Haruo? If you're going to waste our time like this, you can work out your stupid grudges by yourself. Don't drag us into it. The raven-haired woman shoved him out of the way, quickly followed by the two nameless grunts as she exited the room. Now come along. We have real work to do. Fragment. Don't you dare talk back to me. Ranma waited until the sounds of bickering faded into the distance, and then cracked one eye open. Man, if those morons are the ones in charge of law and order around here, it's no wonder the place has gone to hell in a handbasket. In addition to being petty, it now seemed apparent that they were also incompetent. A cursory inspection of the room or an understanding of the dorm housing plan would have revealed that it was obviously boys that lived there, which would make one wonder what a random girl was doing in the room. A little more searching would have located Ranma's clothes, and a lot of searching would have revealed the webbing of the numerous spiders that were conveniently absent during the intrusion. Well, I'm pretty sure Youkai had nothing to do with that. Not nearly clever enough, Ranma decided as she picked up the door and wedged it back into place. Then she plugged in the portable stove that she used to heat water. I wonder if I could get instant juice and Kaya water packets sent here. Ranma wondered aloud, smiling wickedly. After all, Ranma Sodom doesn't lose. Note, Haruo is a character of my own creation, to supplement the painfully short supply of actual enforcers that are characterized in the manga. Kaito is from canon. End Chapter 4 Big Human on Campus, Extra. Dear Kamiya, I haven't been at Youkai Academy for long, but I've already run into many of the difficulties that you mentioned when you originally opposed my attending this school. Kana spoke aloud as she wrote, her script flowing as elegantly and smoothly as her voice as she composed a letter next to her bed. As you had imagined, my problems with my voice had made school difficult. I'm unable to participate in class properly, tend to be ignored by most, and there are some who I've heard mock my speech. I joined a club I have a great deal of interest in, but as I haven't gotten used to the other members yet, I can barely communicate with them, and they seem to find me more of an annoyance than a help. She sighed wistfully as she reread the last sentence. It hasn't been too hard, however. I haven't been subjected to bullying and the instructors here seem understanding of my weakness. Or perhaps they simply don't care how well I learn their lessons. Either way, the path ahead is not impossible, and I intend to continue trying my best at this school. A small smile alighted on her face as she started the next paragraph. One matter in which my speech hasn't crippled me overmuch is in making friends. I can't claim to have many, but there's one. The siren halted at this, wondering how much she should reveal about the only real friends she'd made since her enrollment. One individual who has gone through a great deal of trouble to help me, and we've become rather close. I am not popular, but even this slightly lonely life, I believe, is better than the isolation that I left. Kana's expression grew more determined as she wrapped up her missive. Despite my difficulties, I want to stay here and learn what they have to teach. You say that humans and monsters cannot peacefully coexist, and that may be true. Even here, learning to act like humans and live peacefully among them, I see a great deal of hatred for them. Monsters are taught to obey their lessons out of fear for the humans in the outside world, and many of them resent it. But it seems to me that cooperation among us monsters toward overthrowing humans is even more far-fetched. Human inferiority is the only matter upon which monsters can agree, and in all other things we find ourselves consumed with more personal hatreds. It is this and much more that I've come to witness while at Youkai Academy, and I wish to continue experiencing what this place has to offer. Nodding sharply, the siren decided on her final lines. My dearest brother, someday I will return to you, I promise. Love, your dearest sister, Kana. Smiling softly, Kana read over her message before turning toward the window to gaze outside at the gloomy cloud cover that was always present around Youkai. Except that she couldn't, because an enormous spider with a mottled gray carapace was clinging to the wall around her window, completely obscuring her room's view with the chitinous underside of its massive thorax. Kana frowned in the direction of the beast, and then sucked in a deep breath. Sweet. The high vibration whistle shook her dorm's window as it reverberated through the walls, and the huge spider monster bristled before it suddenly scrambled away up the building, its senses severely agitated by the noise. After taking a moment to appreciate the frankly unpleasant view from outside her window, Kana turned back toward her letter. P.S. There's a rather severe spider infestation here at Youkai. It doesn't bother my friend, but frankly I think it's getting a bit out of hand. I'm definitely going to invest in some bug spray. Her letter complete, the siren took it up and folded it before placing it in a colored envelope, ready for delivery. Asterisk Chapter 6 Asterisk, How much curse is too much? Hi everyone. It's time to guess Ranma Shodom's true species. Tsukune said brightly, curling up her fists like a cat as she winked and turned about. Today we have yet another of Ranma's teachers here to give his special insight as to Ranma's behavior and offer more clues. May I present Professor Jadeite? The Dark General was seated off to the side sipping some tea, and he nodded curtly as Shizuka gestured to him. Thank you, Miss Nakomum. Indeed, I've been observing Shodom for some time in my class, and I believe that my long experience in dealing with supernaturals, as well as my superior tactical acumen and intellect, had given me all the information I need to reveal Shodom's true form. Ooh, sounds like you're pretty confident. The Nakomata bird, her tail perking up. Jadeite nodded again. Indeed. For you see, Shodom is a Yuma. Shizuka's tail immediately drooped. A Yuma? Based on what? Well, based on Shodom's resilience and his abilities. Jadeite hedged, stopping to take a sip of tea. Also, I sensed is the term that the kids are using today. Yes, let's go with that. So he's definitely a Yuma, which as you know, is actually a wide subclass of Youkai native to Yuma are the only monsters you know of, aren't they? Shizuka deadpanned. You are correct, Jadeite said shamelessly. Well, the man witches. You don't think he's a witch, do you? Shizuka sighed and turned around, ignoring the Dark General's new musings. That's all we have for now. See you next time. Black Dragon Productions proudly presents a Ranma and Rosario plus vampire crossover disclaimer. You know those crazy dances that they hold at night at online conventions? The ones that combine the headbanging debauchery of raves with cosplaying and J-pop? Who the hell goes to those? What kind of nerds go to a convention about games and cartoons to dance? Key, writing/emphasis, sounds, thoughts, speech, comments that you can freely ignore. Big Human on Campus Chapter 5 How much curse is too much? Alright lowly students, pay attention. Snapped Jadeite harshly as he started scrawling on the blackboard. Ensure that your notes are complete and precise. I am still recovering from the accident the other day, and even minute amounts of stress like, say, the effort required to implode your chest cavity for example could cause a considerable increase in blood pressure. The class mumbled half-hearted affirmations at the reminder that they were, as always, stepping a fine line between safety and annihilation now that their professor was in good enough shape to host his class. Remember now that the typical devil hunter is a teenage girl suffering through puberty and a long string of pointless personal melodrama. To that end, you'll usually find them most active not in the nesting places of proper monsters, but rather at high schools, malls, fast food restaurants, arcades, amongst the rows of students taking careful notes to avoid any excuse for torso implosion. Ranma frowned at his mostly empty notebook. It wasn't completely blank, as he had used it to doodle pictures of his new pet spiders and list more prospective names as his pen scratched uselessly at the surface of the paper, leaving not a mark. Closing the notebook and standing up from his desk, he calmly walked up toward the front row of the classroom, ignoring the curious and startled gazes of his classmates. Youkai, who was taking notes just as studiously as the rest of the class, if more calmly, let out a surprised squeak as she felt someone tap her on the shoulder, and her entire body tensed up once she turned and realized that Ranma was standing right behind her. "What do you want?" The young witch hissed, well aware that she was within melee range, seated, and surrounded by unsympathetic peers. In response, Ranma held out his pen in front of her. "My pen won't work. Can I borrow yours?" Youkai gave him a look that asked, quite clearly despite the lack of speech, if he was an idiot. "No. Why would you even ask me?" "Well, it's not like I know anyone else in this class," the big-tailed boy reasoned, still holding his pen out. "Ahem." Jadeite cleared his throat loudly as he glowered at Ranma, his chalk held still against the board. "Mr. Sodom, you're interrupting my lecture." "Yeah, sorry about that," Ranma murmured without a drop of sincerity, still looking down at Youkai. "Come on, I know you have a spare. I don't have anything else to write with." "Not my problem," Youkai said defensively, clutching her own pen tightly. "Go ask someone else." Ranma rolled his eyes and turned around to head back to his seat, and Youkai let out a relieved sigh once he finally sat back down. "All right, then," Jadeite mumbled, his eyebrow twitching. It's important to note that devil hunters often enjoy a social network of other humans that they use for information gathering. The most common and insidious method of doing so is to befriend one human that inexplicably and constantly ends up being kidnapped, attacked, or otherwise victimized and then drag her to the offender. Youkai grit her teeth in annoyance as her pen scratched the surface of her notebook uselessly. "What's wrong with this thing? It was working fine a moment ago." Making sure to keep careful note of what Jadeite was saying, Youkai tried furiously clicking the button at the end in vain hope that it would restore the implement's ink. It wasn't until the button popped off and a jet of ink blasted in her face that she recalled that her pen had no switch on the end. Splurge! Ranma smirked as Jadeite halted in mid-sentence at the noise, his hand inadvertently drawing a wide slash across the chalkboard. All around the classroom there was stifled giggling, the other students trying to hold back for fear of angering their teacher. "Thanks, Youkai. This one works much better." the big-tailed boy said happily as he waggled Yukarai's pen about in the air. Then he opened his notebook to the appropriate page, figuring that he should make at least some attempt to take notes on whatever Jadeite was going on about. "Eh?" he mumbled to himself as he stared at some unfamiliar writing amongst his clumsy paragraphs and crude doodles. "I don't remember this. Did the teacher ever say anything about explosive runes?" Boom! The more magically inclined students winced and covered their heads as they recognized the activation trigger to a magic trap, and there was even more giggling as Ranma coughed up a cloud of smoke. He faced charred. "Sendo. Sodom," Jadeite snapped, causing the two black-faced students to break off their mutual glare and face their instructor. "If you're quite done interrupting my class, I doubt it," Ranma said suddenly, causing Jadeite to twitch as his irritation swelled. "I've still got at least one trick I could pull off before class ends." Yukai held her silence as a crackling black aura appeared around their instructor, and she winced as she felt some of her magical energy and even a trickle of her life force seep into the man. "Get out of my classroom," Jadeite growled, his eye twitching. Ranma sighed, but did as he was told, picking up his things and strolling out the door calmly even as Yukai scurried by him trying to remain unnoticed. "You'd better hope that this isn't recorded as an absence from class, for your sake," Yukai threatened as she and Ranma walked down the hall away from Jadeite's class. "I have a status to maintain as this institution's top-ranked student, you know." "Yeah, that must be real tough in a place like this," Ranma mumbled, glancing over at a large student who was lying unconscious in the hallway with writing all over his face. "Half the students are drooling idiots, most of the rest are psychos. Some of them are both," Yukai said snidely, giving the big-tailed boy a rather blunt stare as she finally wiped the last of the ink from her face. "Anyway, don't think you have the edge just because you've lasted longer than I thought you would. You'll never be able to compare to a genius like me." Ranma snorted, leaning against the wall as he crossed his arms over his chest. Yeah, keep talking big. Don't worry, I won't hold it against you when you exhaust yourself and give up." Yukai grit her teeth. "Just you wait, Sodom. You haven't even seen a fraction of the witch's true power." "I hope not," Ranma agreed. "If this was really all you were capable of, I don't think I'd be able to live with the guilt of actually taking you slightly seriously." Yukai fumed angrily. "All right, fool. But I'll remember those words when you're on your knees, begging for mercy. The day I beg on my knees is the day Mocha turns vegetarian," Ranma countered, sticking out his tongue. "Shwoo!" Ranma and Yukai ducked as a crackling black orb of destruction sailed over their heads, detonating a few moments later with a fearsome roar. "Be quiet and leave," Jadeite snarled, smoke wafting from his hand as he turned around and re-entered his classroom. The pair waited for a few seconds, and then Yukai cleared her throat. "You'll soon feel the full measure of my brilliance, Sodom," she said calmly, her voice nearly a whisper. Yeah, and then I'll top it, same as everything else so far, Ranma whispered back, his hand cupping his mouth. Their final taunts exchanged, the two quickly veered off in different directions. It wasn't long before Yukari heard a cry of surprise and relief, and a confusing moment later she was enveloped in a hug as Mocha plucked her off the floor and mashed the witch's face into her cleavage. Oh, Yukari. Thank goodness you're alright. I came as soon as I heard. Yukari blinked. They heard what? As happy as she was to be getting FaceTime with Mocha's breasts, she was fairly certain that the vampiress had class, and she wasn't in any sort of situation that her beloved should be shirking her studies for Yukari's benefit. The explosion, Mocha said, holding Yukari at arm's length. The entire building shook. What did Ranma do this time? Did he actually use an explosive trap? I've heard about humans that do that. Yukari shook her head. No. The explosion was not entirely unrelated to my altercation with Sodom, but he was not responsible. Then she snorted. That aside, please don't indulge that Creighton's delusions of humanity. The way he touts his disguise is something to be abhorred, not admired, the witch insisted, her face serious. Oh, I have to give him credit for being by and large the only student to actually abide by that rule. Mocha sighed as much of her tension left her. Well, as long as you're alright. I hope you two don't take this silly game too far. As I said to Sodom once already, this is no game, this is war, Yukari said firmly. Albeit, a war outside the bounds of ordinary martial conflict. Anyway, my point is, it would be a mistake to take this conflict so lightly. Even so, you needn't worry about me. Well, as long as you're careful, the vampiress mumbled reluctantly, patting Yukari's head down over her head. Crack. Mocha blinked as she heard a soft cracking noise, and Yukari's eyes widened as she felt something thick and wet dribble down her hair. God! What in the hells? Snatching off her hat, Mocha was surprised and dismayed to see the squashed remains of a single egg sitting on Yukari's head as its internal liquid spilled over the witch's head. How? When did he? Yukari growled, wiping some yolk away as it threatened to run down into her eyes. GH. He'll pay for this humiliation. No more, Miss Nice Witch. I'm going to the library. Mocha stared at the shorter girl in concern as she stalked off, and then stared at her longer in confusion as Yukari returned, stalking in the opposite direction. That is, I'm going to the showers, and then the library, Yukari murmured, idly wiping some egg white off of her nose. Tsukune swallowed nervously as he followed Ranma through the barren yard behind their dorms, his eyes flitting back and forth as he took in the numerous expanses of spider webs. You're sure this is safe, right? These spiders are trained? The younger human asked, a shudder crawling down his spine at each sighting of glistening black eyes. Not all of them are trained, but it should be safe, Ranma explained as he strolled heedlessly deeper into the dead forest that surrounded Youkai Academy. If you don't give them a reason to bite you, spiders won't mess with humans. Would you wanna attack an elephant just because you saw it walking around? Tsukune thought about the analogy for a few seconds, and then shook his head reluctantly as he straightened a bit. You have a point. But still, how dangerous are those things? You can't show fear to animals, Ranma said seriously, walking up to a small tree and idly smacking it with a backhanded strike. Plop! A tarantula about the size of Tsukune's hand landed square on Ranma's head, and the martial artist simply continued onward like nothing was wrong. Animals can sense tension in people, and it gets them all excited, Ranma continued explaining, ignoring the slight tickling sensation within his hair as the spider tried to steady itself. If you're calm, they'll stay calm too. If you're scared, then they'll get scared, and a lot of animals tend to fight when they freak out. Okay. Fair enough. Tsukune murmured, trying to focus on the spider on top of Ranma to avoid looking around. It's not that big. I've seen bigger in pet shops. And it's not attacking Ranma at all, so how bad could it be? That kind of empathy is what I like about animals, really, Ranma went on to explain as he picked his way through some patches of bone-dry, leafless bushes. It'd be nice if people were that easy to deal with. Or monsters, for that matter. Point. Tsukune thought back to the times in which he had approached his classmates amiably and had been rewarded with violence. So, what was it, exactly, that you were looking for out here? Well, you know how I'm training all these spiders to keep away all the cats? Ranma asked as he hopped up onto a branch about 8 feet over his head and then looked around. No, I didn't know that. You never told me that. Why would you do that? Tsukune deadpanned. Not important. Anyway, they do the job as far as normal cats go. But what about cat monsters? What if someone like Miss Nakomon comes after me? Ranma hopped down from the dead tree, the spider upon his head clinging tightly to keep from flying off. Tsukune was silent for several seconds. I had no idea. What would happen if Miss Nakomon comes after you? Ranma shuddered, and the spider atop his head hissed at the sudden agitation. Never mind that. The important thing is that it never happens. Okay, fine. I don't know what's so scary about Miss Nakomon, but you seem to know what you're doing, Tsukune admitted. But that still doesn't explain what we're doing out here, exactly. Right, Ranma mumbled, turning around toward the younger human. Have you heard the rumors across school? Which ones? Tsukune asked. The ones about all of Class 2C being held hostage in Professor Richard's orphan club? Or the ones about Professor Jadeite putting together a field trip to Japan with all of the most violent monsters from the different classes? And then there are the ones about a transfer student. No, Mumber, stop, Ranma said suddenly. And remind me later to take care of that thing with Richard. But no, I was talking about the ones about the tremendous spider that's been crawling around the dorms. Tsukune stopped dead in his tracks. How tremendous, exactly? Hard to tell with rumors, Ranma admitted, but I have it pinned down to somewhere between car-sized and small mouse. And, you want to do what with this thing? Tsukune asked, droplets of sweat crawling down his forehead. The same thing I do with the little ones, Ranma said simply as he considered the question. Well, that's the plan, anyway. Really though, I'll probably have to kick some sense into the damn thing before it'll listen to me. That seems to be the way the bigger freaks work. I see, Tsukune mumbled, looking very nonplussed. Why the enormous spider? Isn't there any other way to deal with, well, big cats? Really, the entire situation seemed ridiculous to Tsukune. As it was, he was only able to take Ranma's concerns seriously because the older boy was so much more experienced with fighting and dealing with the supernatural. Right, Ranma said sarcastically as he turned around, crossing his arms over his chest. And what else around here can I possibly use to get rid of giant cats? Woof. Woof. Tsukune merely jumped in surprise and Ranma casually glanced backward over his shoulder at the sound of a roaring bark. Stepping through some dead bushes some distance away, the dry branches burning down to cinders in seconds, was a giant wolf nearly 8 feet in length and almost a match for Tsukune in height. Its fur was an ashen black at the roots, but turned red and then fiery orange as it reached the tips, and a constant cloud of embers and hissing smoke whirled about the creature. Ranma and Tsukune stared as the burning canine sniffed about in the distance, only visible to them through the dim light and thick if not lush foliage thanks to its size and the considerable amount of light it was generating. So, can I go back to our room now? Tsukune asked, feeling his earlier nervousness return. Don't wait up for me, Ranma answered, carefully picking the tarantula off of his head and putting it aside before creeping forward through the dead forest. Kuma the hellhound growled fiercely as he sniffed the ground uselessly, unable to pick up the scent he was following. Releasing a snort that scorched the ground with a small burst of flames, he picked his head up to once again scan the treetops for his quarry. Filthy fox. When I get a hold of you, not even the enforcers will stop me from rending you apart. The hound roared, glancing back and forth as a small firestorm began whirling around it. Hey, it can talk? Kuma started in surprise, and then whirled around, his breath hot in preparation to attack. It relented instantly upon seeing a stranger in human form. However, don't sneak up on me, idiot. The hellhound sniffed the air for a moment, his eyes narrowing. You're definitely not her. Have you seen the kitsune around here? Nope. Never seen any kitsune monsters before, Ranma said, rubbing his chin as he approached the hellhound, looking him over critically. I figured as much. Then hurry up and get lost. What are you doing? The massive dog asked as the big-tailed boy dropped into a crouch right in front of him, staring closely at his mouth. "Yeah, you'll do just fine," Ranma said to himself before getting to his feet again and then patting the hellhound on the head. "Hey boys, you haven't over yet?" A vein popped up on Kuma's head. "My name is Kamaroshi Kuma, not boys." "Oh. So does that mean you do have an over?" "I don't see a color," Ranma asked, looking disappointed. Two more veins popped up, and Kuma's lips rose to better show his teeth. "I'm one of your classmates, Dumbass." Ranma stared for several moments. "So? Vroom." The martial artist yelped as a wave of hot ash seemed to burst forth from Kuma's body, forcing him to hop away as a fiery aura built around the angry hellhound. "Don't screw with me. You wanna die, Sodom?" Kuma snarled. Ranma blew on his hand briefly, and then shifted into a fighting stance. "Hey, you're in the fight club, aren't you?" Kuma winced, and his ears went flat against his head. "Yeah, I am. No thanks to you. I had to take 2 days off while they put my leg back together." "Yeah, sorry about that," the big-tailed boy mumbled unconvincingly as he started shifting around the blazing canine. "Just thought I'd recognized that power before. But still, you know you can't really beat me, don't you? If I let a little thing like that stop me, I'll be a small fry forever, won't I?" Kuma said, embers leaking from his mouth as he started circling Ranma in turn. "Ha! Nice one!" Ranma cheered, breaking into a smile. "You're all right. After I beat you, you have to be my dog, okay?" Another burst of flame signaled Kuma's annoyance. "Like hell I will. Burn, moron!" he roared, releasing a fireball from his mouth. "Hi everyone!" cheered Tsukune, her smile looking as cheerful as ever. "Today I'm here to tell you all about hellhounds." She tapped a pointer against the chalkboard, which showed several outlines of different breeds of dogs. Hellhounds are a species of demonic canines that are said to serve as guards in the netherworld. Although rather uncommon, hellhounds come in a variety of breeds, just like normal dogs. From imp terriers to devil Bernards, to the famous Malbolgian Shepherd, hellhounds range in size from as small as a melon to as large as an SUV, and there are even short-haired types for those with allergy concerns. Then the Youkai teacher frowned. "Not that hellhounds make good pets, no. Although they take to their jobs with gusto, these monsters are usually very proud and short-tempered. Getting them to accept a master is hard, and even then the beast's tempers tend to get the better of them." Shizuka then pointed to several diagrams of dogs blowing out gouts of flame next to several thermometers scrawled in chalk. Combat-wise, hellhounds naturally have a strong fire affinity. All but immune to extreme heat themselves, they spit fireballs at distant enemies, breath streams of flame at short range, and can raise the surrounding temperature significantly by releasing ash from their coats. Their mundane strength varies depending on the size of the hound, but the larger ones have no problem tearing apart foes with their powerful jaws, and Hellhound's saliva is as hot as molten lead. The Nakomata coughed into her hand. That's it. Aside from brutish strength and having a natural flamethrower, Hellhounds can otherwise be pretty clumsy, and their short temper means that they tend to fall for clever monsters' tricks and traps. Even so, it's best not to deal with them unless one absolutely has to. Shizuka smiled brightly as she waved. That's all I have to say. See you next time. Whoa! Whoa! Ranma shouted, leaping out of the way and landing on a tree branch before the projectile burst violently on the ground, lighting a swath of trees on fire. Hey! Trying to blast me is one thing, but you're gonna burn down the whole forest. What do I care? Kuma demanded, white-hot droplets of saliva dripping from his mouth. Creepy place isn't much to look at anyway. Might as well use it for a barbecue. He barked, spitting another fireball into the air. Ranma leaned backward as the orb of writhing flame streaked past him, searing his ear slightly before it burst apart in the air in a harmless display of blossoming fire. Yeesh. With aim that bad, I don't think I can even use you to get rid of cats. What did you say? Kuma snarled, his fur standing on end as black smoke blasted from his nostrils. I said I've seen newborn kittens scarier than you. Ranma taunted honestly, sticking out his tongue as he hopped backward from tree to tree. With a feral roar that caused the ground beneath him to buckle and crack beneath thin seams of magma seeping from his feet, the Hellhound gave chase to its new target, its eyes glowing a furious orange. That evening saw Youkai practically barricaded in a corner of the library, her chosen table piled high with books about curses, hexes, and various arcane lore. Most the rest of the library was dark and barren, partly because it was late at night, and partly because the students had as much penchant for actually studying as they did for vegetarianism, but those few individuals that happened to be in the room made sure to steer clear of the young freshman, well aware of the havoc that a witch could wreak with a target and a little magical study. To tame. Youkai mumbled as she flipped through one of the less advanced curse compendiums. Too permanent. Too weak. Too much risk of backfire. With a contemptuous snort, she tossed the tome aside and then picked up the next one. Let's see. HM. Polymorph. Interesting. Juzenkaiju. Huh? But I'd have to go through mail order, and I don't want to wait. What else is there? Tattoos that affect martial arts performance could work, but I'd have to spend a lot of time practicing my calligraphy for just a prank. Quickly skimming the rest of the book and finding that it mostly contained different forms of glorified love potions, Youkai chalked up our Takahashi's book of obnoxious magical plot devices as a loss and put it aside. There's got to be a spell or curse here that's both affordable to perform and reasonable enough in scope that I won't kill anyone, the young witch mumbled to herself as she took up the next tome. For all her anger and frustration toward Ranma, she had to admit that, for a monster, the big-tailed boy wasn't a bad person by any stretch. He was certainly violent, especially compared to Tsukune and Mocha, who practically qualified for sainthood by monster standards, but he actively avoided harming weak people and tried not to cause trouble where it wasn't wanted. He was still a blight unto Mocha's presence, a sin that Youkai could not forgive. But the young witch wasn't prepared to kill or cripple the martial artist for his insolence. This could work, she mumbled to herself as she looked over the ingredient list for a luck curse. Bat wings, lizard's tongue, devil's spade. She frowned at the last item as she read the description. Well, the effects are about right. Oh, I wonder why it's a conjuration spell. She continued reading about the spell's effects, and frowned as she turned the page and found only the name of the next curse in the book. Oh, that's it. Well, I suppose it'll do. But where am I going to find a devil's spade? Youkai wondered aloud, rubbing her chin. I doubt it has to be from a real devil, but still, the monsters I know with that kind of tail are. Yukai's eyes narrowed. Knock! 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 Youkai waited patiently in the main hallway as shuffling noises came from the other side of the dorm room door, and 20 seconds later, the door opened. Kurumu, dressed in a sheer negligee, white panties, and nothing else, stared down at Youkai with a mix of confusion and disappointment evident in her features. Hey, what do you want, Sendo? I had a quick question about Succubi, and you were the obvious person to ask, Youkai said simply, shrugging her shoulders. So tell me, do Succubi tails grow back if cut off? Kurumu was silent for many seconds before she nodded. I think so. Why? No reason, Youkai said quickly. Hey, why is Tsukune climbing in through your window? What? Really? Kurumu squealed, whirling around as her tail popped out, lifting the hem of her sleepwear. Yukai's eyes glinted dangerously as she slid a pair of pruning shears out from under her hat. Ranma and Kuma both flinched as a feminine cry of pain split the air. The hell was that? Kuma asked, his ears flattening down over his head. Dunno. Could have been Tsukune, but it sounds like it's from farther away, Ranma said, hopping down from the tree he was in and staring off toward the dorms. Hey, oh no. That sounded like a girl's scream. Oh, Kuma countered. Ranma nodded. Yeah, I know. Little guy really needs to toughen up a little. The hellhound stared wordlessly at the big-tailed boy for several seconds, and then, at some unspoken signal, they both recalled that they were supposed to be fighting. Whoosh! A long tongue of flame threatened to engulf Ranma as he backflipped across the ground, eventually landing in a crouch and then launching himself backwards into the air. You're not getting away. Kuma snarled, embers bursting from his mouth with every gasping breath. Nobody treats me like a pet and gets away with it. First time for everything, Ranma said cheerfully as he grabbed onto a branch and then vaulted away through the treetops, the hellhound in pursuit. Within moments the dead forest began to thin out significantly, and Ranma smirked as he saw land give way to the ocean off in the distance. With lots of cover, and surrounded by dry, flammable wood. The nut's actually kind of dangerous. Out in the open, oh, the sky's no match for me. Rebounding off of a splintered tree trunk that exploded into a conflagration a second later, Ranma landed lightly just a few meters from the edge of a rocky cliff, standing a long, dramatic moment to stare out at the ocean. On his left side, the cliff lowered itself down to form an ugly beach dominated by jagged rocks and multiple signs that warned against swimming, fishing, and walking around at night arm in arm with a lover to engage in premarital relations. On the right was a tall bluff that stuck out above the roiling sea, and Ranma idly noticed that there was someone sitting at the very top of it, staring out at the water. Not important. Well, looks like the monkey ran out of trees to swing from, Kuma growled, stepping out of the dry bushes that burned to cinders around him. Nowhere left to run, Punk. Startled out of its quiet contemplation, the figure on the bluff turned to observe the showdown occurring nearby. I guess it's about time I dealt with you seriously, Ranma mumbled, cracking his neck casually as he stared expressionlessly at the massive hellhound. Dog, shut up and burn. Kuma snarled, taking a deep breath to spit another stream of fire. Thwack! Faster than the eye could see, Ranma crossed the distance to the hellhound and snapped a kick into the canine's exposed throat, causing a shower of embers to spray from between Kuma's teeth as he reflexively coughed in response. Back! Chug! Black smoke poured from Kuma's mouth as he started hacking up ashes, and Ranma winced and stepped back as flecks of saliva landed on him, searing his skin and clothes. A moment later the hellhound swiped at Ranma clumsily with his paws, and the martial artist leapt up and then flipped around in the air to land knee first right between Kuma's shoulder blades. G-R-A-R-G-H. The hellhound roared in fury as he pushed himself up on his hind legs, throwing the big-tailed boy off of him. I'm gonna incinerate you, bastard. Try it, mutt. Ranma taunted, backing away as the ambient temperature around Kuma jumped several more degrees as the canines first stood on end and glowed brighter. R-A-U-G-H. With a furious snarl, Kuma spat out a burst of fireballs, the projectiles whirling about each other and then spreading out, blanketing the entire area with fiery explosions. Fuck. Gotcha mad, did I? Ranma taunted some more, dodging to the side as one of the scattered projectiles actually came close to hitting him. I can tell he's getting tired. Little bit more and he should. Wait. With a thick pouch of black smoke and glowing embers, Kuma sent a particularly large fireball sailing into the air, and Ranma took a split second to take note of its trajectory before deciding to dash under it and launch another assault against his foe. Or at least, that was the plan until he heard a startled shriek from behind him. Youkai. No! Ranma's heart seized up as he glanced behind him, and he cursed himself silently as he realized that the fight had apparently wandered in the general direction of the bluff he had noted earlier. The person who had been sitting there minding their own business apparently hadn't left at the first sign of widespread collateral damage, and even now had frozen in terror as hot, fiery death descended from the sky. KBOM. Kuma panted wearily as he watched his enemy vanish within a maelstrom of fire, and the hellhound cringed as a panicked scream was drowned out from the roar as the explosion swallowed the bluff. "Dog crap. I didn't mean to actually kill him, much less some random bystander," he thought abashedly as he continued gasping for breath, his lungs burning, no pun intended. "When Fight Club starts up again, I'm definitely gonna have to talk to Miss Wildman about controlling my energy levels." The flames began to die down, and Kuma trotted forward reluctantly into the pit of ashes that remained of the bluff, sniffing at the blackened ground. "How odd. They're not here?" the hellhound wondered, glancing about at the scorched earth. "No way. Did I even incinerate their bones, somehow?" Kuma doubted it. Ranma Sodom was supposed to be the rising star of the freshman class, and it had even recently caught the attention of the enforcers and the monstrels. He was a mysterious wild card, a powerful fighter who had managed to keep his real identity a secret and fought at low power. Surely someone like that wouldn't be done in by a lucky fireball, would he? "Up you go." Kuma perked up as he heard Ranma's voice come from the edge of the bluff, and he blew out a dusty sigh of relief as the unnoticed student from before was pushed up onto firm, solid ground. It was some girl he'd never seen before, boasting unkempt, shoulder-length purple hair and an outfit was pretty far from the standard uniform on campus. A long-sleeved blouse made up her top, while a short, dark skirt gave way to long, striped socks. The girl seemed absolutely dumbfounded at the moment, though her eyes hardened slightly when she caught sight of the hellhound standing in the midst of the blast crater he had made. Curling her lip back, Kuma could see her teeth clenching around the stick of a lollipop that had remained securely in her mouth despite the screaming and manhandling she had just suffered through. HMPH. "So you're alive," the hellhound muttered, trying to sound as indifferent as possible as he watched Ranma, who had obviously caught much more of the fireball than the girl and was badly scorched as a result, climb up onto the bluff himself. "Let that be a lesson to you. Don't trifle, W.I. Black." Kuma let out a pained whimper as Ranma once again crossed the distance between them seemingly in an instant, sending a haymaker straight into the hellhound's sensitive nose and causing him to recoil and lower his head. "Bad dog," Ranma muttered humorlessly as he stepped forward and raised up his arm. Crack! Kuma's eyes bugged out as Ranma's elbows slammed straight down onto his head, and his vision began to swim as the pain amplified the sense of exhaustion he was suffering from. "Now, heal!" Ranma snapped as he pulled back one of the canine's forelegs with one hand while shutting its head down with the other, slamming Kuma's snout into the ground with enough force to blow out a wave of hot ash over the edge of the bluff. Ranma started dusting off his hands as Kuma lay twitching in the dirt, his flesh still stinging from the fireball. "Hey, are you alright?" The girl from before blinked in surprise, realizing loudly that he was talking to her. Why yes. Thank you. No need for thanks. I should have been more careful about leading his shots if there were innocent people around, he murmured regrettably. Name's Sodom Ranma. You. Shirayuki Mizor, the girl stuttered, staring up at him. He's Ranma Sodom. I heard about him from the school newspapers, but they never showed a picture, or explained how handsome he was. A flush came over her cheeks as she continued staring. Ranma waved briefly as he stepped away, grabbing onto Kuma's tail. Well, guess I'll see you around, Mizor. Again, sorry you almost got roasted. With that, the big-tailed boy started dragging the hellhound back toward the dorms, happily oblivious to the love-struck gaze burning into his back. The next morning proved to be quite difficult for many students of Youkai Academy, and not just those still trapped in the school basement waiting helplessly while Richard went out at night, making them full-fledged members of his club. Kurumu and Yukai both awoke with severe injuries. The former had already made plans to see Nurse Madaraki to have her tail regenerated from the swollen stump that Yukai had reduced it to, while the latter had simply bandaged up the many deserved lacerations on her face and arms and stoically went about preparing for a magic ceremony. Ranma had his own share of wounds to recover from, but was used to such things. A little extra rest would see the numerous first-degree burns reduced to a mere tan over his skin. Tsukune, on the other hand, was unscathed, but had other concerns upon waking up. Not to be rude or anything, the timid human began, his grip tightening on his blanket as he sat up in bed. But who are you, and why are you in my room? The individual in question also seemed to be having an unpleasant morning, on account of being covered in dirt and bruises. He was a boy about Ranma's size, with spiky black hair and bushy eyebrows that crested over harsh red eyes. The stranger stared at Tsukune wordlessly, as if judging the boy. I'm Gamaroshi Kuma. I'm in your room because your idiot roommate beat me unconscious and dragged me here last night. So you would be that giant dog, then? Tsukune asked cautiously, glancing about for anything fireproof that he could use as a shield if necessary. Yeah, that's me. Giant dog, Kuma growled. Well, it's nice to meet you. I'm Aono Tsukune, Tsukune offered, trying to calm himself as he leaned out of bed and offered his hand. Kuma made no move to take it. Shake? Tsukune asked half-jokingly. The hapless human squeaked painfully as Kuma suddenly lunged forward and grabbed him by the front of his pajamas, hauling him up in the air. Don't treat me like an animal, scumbag. The hellhound snarled, his eyes glowing. I'm no one's pet. Wait. I'm sorry. It's a gesture of respect and friendship, I swear. Tsukune said desperately, waving his arms. And here's a gesture of displeasure and anger, Kuma said, rearing a fist back. Crack. Both Tsukune and Kuma fell as a foot suddenly came down hard onto Kuma's head, staggering him and causing him to let go of his helpless victim. Yawn. Noise. This has to be some kind of record. Saving you first thing in the morning, Ranma said sleepily as he picked up Kuma by the foot and then hoisted the hellhound into the air upside down. Noi, mutt, what's your problem? My name is Kuma. Kuma growled. Ranma spent a few seconds in silence. And that's your problem? No. Well, then we're not getting anywhere with this conversation, are we? Ranma asked, dropping the hellhound painfully onto his head. Tsukune, you alright? I'm fine, the younger human mumbled while inspecting his stretched out pajama top. So why did you bring this person here? He's my new guard dog, Ranma said happily, planting his fists on his hips. I am not your dog, Kuma snarled, scrambling to his feet. Ranma looked confused. But I beat you last night, fair and square. That was the deal. What deal? I didn't agree to anything, Kuma shouted at the big-tailed boys. I taught you because you were pissing me off, that's all. And you made me lose track of that damn fox. Ranma scratched his head as he thought over last night's encounter. It was true that he had simply declared the terms of the battle himself and then jumped into the fight, but that was what people had always done to him. And yet he had always been expected to live up to his opponent's ridiculous demands. Man, I guess this is what I get for acting like those morons back home. Who knew that didn't work on other people? Hey, Ranma. I'm gonna go wash up, if it's alright, Tsukune said awkwardly, not wanting to leave this matter unresolved but also wanting to make it to class on time and adequately clean. Yeah, go ahead, Ranma mumbled as he rubbed his chin. Finally, he shrugged his shoulders. Well, if you won't be my guard dog, then what will you do? I mean, I gave up my whole search last night just to bring you here. Kuma balled his hands into fists as his teeth clenched. You jumped me in the forest and then beat me unconscious. And you want a reward for that? Ranma raised an eyebrow. What? Is that strange? I thought monsters did that kind of stuff all the time. Hellhounds are different, Kuma insisted, jabbing a thumb into his chest. We're beings of order, not chaos. If you want me to acknowledge you, you're going to prove your integrity and strength of spirit, not just your martial power. Ranma blinked. How about saving that chick on the bluff when you almost blasted her last night? There was a long, uncomfortable silence after Ranma's question, broken only by the sound of the shower turning on in the bathroom. Well, why do you want a guard, anyway? Kuma mumbled, scratching the back of his head as he tried not to make eye contact with the other boys. And why me? I'm sure there are plenty of other monsters that would be willing to be your lackey. Ranma crossed his arms over his chest as he squatted on his bed, his expression deadly serious. I need someone to get rid of cats. Cats? Kuma echoed. Cats, Ranma confirmed. Why cats? Ranma took a deep breath to fortify his composure, preparing to delve deep into the topic of his most feared and hated enemy. Cats are beings of pure evil made flesh. Sadistic, petty, self-centered, arrogant, hateful, cruel beasts who love nothing more than to see others suffer. And that's just the little ones. I've only met one kind of cat monster before, some kind of ghost cat thing, but that was plenty. I want someone to keep the blasted things away from me. Kuma spent several long seconds digesting the tirade, and then his lips slowly grew into a smirk. So, what you're saying is, you're afraid of cats? Ranma twitched. What? No. No, that's ridiculous. As if I could be afraid of something like that, he said unconvincingly, his skin crawling. Yes, as if. Kuma's smirk broke into an all-out grin. Just imagine, Ranma showed him, top brawler of the freshman class, scared of itty-bitty kitty cats. Fa. HK. Watch it, jerk. Ranma growled, his teeth clenching. I sure as hell ain't afraid of fire-breathing nuts, so shut up. The hellhound snorted. Why should I take you seriously? Like I'm going to fear anyone who'd freak out at the sound of a kitten. Seeing the playful look on Kuma's face, Ranma tailed slightly. Whoa. Wait. I'm warning you. Don't meow. Kuma mewed mockingly, holding up his fists in imitation of a cat's pawing. HSSSS. The hellhound was quite surprised as something rather large and hairy fell down on top of his head from the ceiling at the same time two more somethings grabbed onto each of his legs. This surprise gave way to panic as his body was punctured by 3 pairs of needle-like fangs. God! Arg! Get him off me! Get him off! Ranma winced as Kuma ran around in circles in his bedroom, flailing helplessly as the giant spiders flooded his veins with poison. Hey, I warned you. Crash! The big-tailed boy cringed as Kuma jumped through the window while screaming, dislodging the spiders as he rolled along the ground and then scrambled away, still screaming. Ranma sighed as he stared at the shattered glass, watching as the 3 arachnids that had attacked slowly crawled back into the room, their target having escaped. Man! What a waste of an evening. And now there's gonna be a draft in here. Knew I should have stuck you spiders. Knock. 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 Mocha retracted her hand after knocking on Yukari's door, fretting silently as she waited for the young witch to respond. She was really upset with Ranma when I saw her last night. I hope she's okay. Mocha? Is that you? You can come in, Youkai called from the other side of the door. Forgive me, but the somatic requirements of this ritual require me to remain immobile for now. Frowning slightly, Mocha pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior of Yukari's room, which had been cleaned to impeccable standards as soon as the giant spiders had left, was now aglow with a myriad of colors all originating from a shimmering port of ethereal light slowly rotating above Yukari's head. Yukari? What is? Mocha was about to ask what was going on, but the magical disturbance in the room was forgotten as soon as she noticed the bandages all over the young witch's face. Youkai, what happened? Did Ranma do that to you? Youkai almost sighed at Mocha's knee-jerk reaction. Mocha, Ranma is far from the only one who might seek to inflict harm upon me. There's no need to accuse him every time something goes awry. Then she cleared her throat as she continued grinding away at some mixture with a mortar and pestle. As it so happens, these wounds were, well, I would call them a fair price to pay, honestly. As selfish and reckless as Youkai could be sometimes, even she didn't expect she could harvest body parts from living and unwilling donors without suffering retribution. Frankly, she was just glad she had escaped with all her extremities intact. Mocha sighed wearily. I wish you wouldn't get into trouble like that, Youkai. What if something serious happened to you? It's indeed unfortunate that things have escalated this far, Youkai began, though the smirk on her face indicated that she didn't find things all that unfortunate. But at this point I have little choice but to go all out if I'm to put Sodom in his place. And if I wasn't willing to risk a few scratches for the chance to fully humiliate him, what kind of witch would I be? Mocha glanced doubtfully at the shimmering portal. So, what is this, exactly? A generic luck curse? Youkai said as she finished grinding the ingredients and poured the contents of a small crystal bottle into the mix. It promptly began to fizzle noisily. A bit uncreative, I suppose, but its potency is guaranteed. Without further delay, Youkai tossed the mixture up into the dancing lights, and Mocha flinched away as a ghastly howl filled the room as the light turned to ambient darkness, an insidious shadow that seemed to swallow the room despite the dim sunlight filtering in through the open windows. Youkai cleared her throat as she removed a Polaroid picture of Ranma from within her cape and placed it down under the coruscating pitch. Here is the target, here is the prey, to cast out and humble with little delay. Whether rain or wind, mud or rock, shave precious hours from his clock. Fire and salt, dust and ash, the curse is complete, now kick his ass. Mocha's sweat dropped heavily at the incantation, but couldn't deny its effectiveness as a tendril of shadow seeped from the darkness and reached down to touch the photograph, causing it to disintegrate instantly. Within a few seconds, the constructive shadow had disintegrated, and the light levels returned to normal. So, shaving hours from his clock? What does that mean? Mocha asked, wanting to break the awkward silence as Youkai started gathering up the remnants of her ritual. Normally it's a metaphor for cutting a life short, Youkai explained as she took out a dustpan and her witch's wand, but given the lesser severity of the curse, I assume it's to be taken literally, as in consuming hours of his time as he deals with the effects. With a snap of the wand, a broom in the corner floated over to the young witch and started sweeping the dust on the floor into the dustpan. I see, the vampiress mumbled, unsure as to how she felt about this newest turn of events. The childish pranks that Youkai and Ranma had been throwing at each other were quite bad enough in her opinion, but actually cursing someone was, well, she had no idea how bad it was, really. She had never dealt with or seen curses herself until seeing Ranma change gender, but from that instance alone she got the distinct feeling that such powers shouldn't be cast about lightly. With a flick of her wrist, Youkai floated the dustpan over to the trash and emptied it. Now all that's left is to watch as Ranma's fate cuts him down to size, the young witch said cheerfully, packing up the spell book and placing it in her book bag. Come on, Mocha. Let's get to class. Ranma shuddered suddenly as he felt a chill creep down his back. Ranma? You okay? Tsukune asked. Yeah, I'm fine, Ranma mumbled, scratching the back of his head. Think I just got cursed again? Oh. Tsukune blinked. What? What do you mean? When you've been hit with as much magical crap as I have, you start to get a feeling for it, the big-tailed boy mumbled, looking around. It's like a seventh sense. You mean a sixth sense? No, I got my sixth sense when I was 10, Ranma explained to the increasingly confused Tsukune. This is different. Anyway, I'm gonna be extra careful not to get wet just in case my Juzenkai curse got locked again. Locked. Again. Tsukune repeated, not bothering to put the proper amount of alarm and confusion in his voice. By now it was implied. Ranma nodded, rolling his eyes. Yeah, it happens every once in a while. Some moron decides to spite me and comes up with some pressure point or magical ladle or something to stick me as a girl until I find the cure. That's... Tsukune hesitated. What's that like? Ranma stopped in the hallway and took a moment to gaze forlornly out the window. Tsukune, we should be grateful for what we've been given when we're born. What's that supposed to mean? The younger boy asked as he waited for his friend to come back to the conversation. Several seconds later though, Ranma was still peering outside, although his expression was less melodramatic and more concerned. Hey, what's that? Ranma asked, leaning closer to the window as he saw a dark shape descending through the air. Crash! A few seconds after the unexpected impact, Tsukune slowly cracked an eye open as he huddled on the floor, his arms over his head. Oi, what now? Ranma mumbled, standing over the younger human as he glared at the figure in the middle of the room. It's not even homeroom and I already had my second fight of the day. A snort came from the largish creature that had broken into the hall, and Tsukune's expression darkened as all around him the other students ran for cover. Standing in the middle of the hall was a creature with wings and a tail whose skin seemed to be covered in obsidian scales. Twin horns curved over its ears, and both its heavy legs and arms ended in thick talons. The creature wasn't especially enormous size, so it had been much bigger but still dwarfed the humans at 6 feet in height, to say nothing of its wings that nearly doubled its stature. Wait. That armband. Tsukune turned as he heard someone unfamiliar shout in panic. An enforcer? Seriously? Oh man, What did Shodan do to piss them off? Silence! The winged monster shouted, causing the spectators to either stop talking or scurry away from the scene. Then it pointed at Ranma. Shodan, I've come for you. Yeah, I figured, Ranma mumbled, cracking his neck to either side. I mean, either that or you're here to pick on Tsukune, and either way I'll be kicking your ass. So what do you want? I think you know why I'm here, the enforcer said smugly, his beaked mouth curving into a smirk. Or can it be that you don't recognize me in this form? Very well. It's only fair for a criminal to know the name of his judge, is it not? My name is Kizuhiro. Ranma grit his teeth as he moved into a combat stance. I see. And here I thought you'd learned your lesson back at the bus stop. But fine, I can— No, Tsukune suddenly butted in, tapping Ranma on the back. That was Saiso, not Haro. Ranma blinked. Oh, right. So is this that Explorers Club guy I beat up? Maybe. I never got his name, Tsukune considered. A vein popped up on Haro's head. I'm not in the Explorers Club. Only an idiot would join a club run by Jadeite. Hey! They're not all idiots. Some of them are just wimps. Ranma countered angrily as Tsukune sighed in defeat. And anyway, I still don't remember who you are. Haro's eyebrow twitched as he stood up straight, having held a combat stance long enough that he was starting to get cramps. You really don't remember? You made a spider attack me. Ranma raised an eyebrow. Wait, I thought you were a hellhound. No, Ranma, that's Kamaroshi, not Kizu, Tsukune corrected with no small measure of discomfort. And what's this about the spiders attacking people? I thought they were trained. They are, Ranma insisted, turning around fully to speak to his roommate. That's actually part of the training, but look, just don't make any cat noises and you'll be fine. What is it with you and cats? The younger boy asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Stop ignoring me. Haro roared, causing the two humans to wince at the volume and reluctantly turn back to the enraged monster. That's enough. Whether or not you remember, I'm taking you in. Then the black gargoyle spread his wings and jumped up, claws flashing forward as he propelled himself toward Ranma through the air. In a body bag, that is. Hello again everyone. It sure has been busy this chapter, hasn't it? Shizuka beamed happily. This time, we're going to talk about gargoyles. Laid on the blackboard was an outline of Haro's monster form with circles around the wings and arrows pointing to its hands and feet. Gargoyles can be traced all the way back to ancient Egypt, but only came to prominence in Europe during medieval times when artistic architecture became commonplace. Gargoyles vary more than other monsters in physiology, but all varieties have rock-like skin and are bipedal, and the vast majority has wings. Shizuka pointed to a second sketch which had Haro's outline standing on top of a clock tower. Gargoyles have adapted a stone form in which their body hardens further and takes on all the apparent characteristics of a simple statue. This allows them to inhabit even heavily populated human settlements without being discovered. It is only recently that gargoyles have started taking on human form and tried living among humans properly, and opinions are split over whether or not the current state of affairs is an improvement. Then she frowned. Despite what certain human cartoons have to say on the topic, a gargoyle's stone form isn't a debilitating condition caused by sunlight, but a natural defense mechanism that they can activate at will. However, gargoyles have excellent night vision and aren't very stealthy creatures when active, so the vast majority are nocturnal. Shizuka tapped the first diagram again in the chest area. In battle, gargoyles don't have much as far as special abilities, but they have fearsome strength and their skin is rock hard even when not in statue form. They're also surprisingly agile considering their weight, both in the air and on the ground, and are feared by most other flying monsters. In general, gargoyles aren't too aggressive, as sharing living space with humans for centuries has bred out most of the territorial instincts that many other monsters suffer from. Still, they do have the short temper that many other monsters suffer from, so try not to get on their bad side. If you do end up fighting one, you'll find that its body is impervious to all but the strongest attacks. Its wings, however, are surprisingly sensitive, and gargoyles hate being grounded. With another bright smile, Shizuka bowed. See you next time. Ranma launched to the side to avoid the attack, grabbing Tsukune and hauling him out of harm's way along with him. Ha ha, very clever. You make that one up yourself, or does your grandpa write your lines for you? Ranma, don't insult him until after you put me down, please, the younger boy asked, disengaging from his roommate. Should I tell Miss Nakano you'll be late? Ranma began cracking his knuckles as Haruo snarled and approached cautiously. Might as well skip the whole class, actually. Ranma, you almost never attend homeroom anymore. What if you get held back or something? Tsukune insisted. Ranma ducked under a swing of gargoyle claws, and then dove under a following tail sweep before rolling to his feet and slamming an open palm into Haruo's back, staggering the gargoyle. They already made me a freshman again. What would be the point? Guro. Haruo whirled about with his wings extended, the tips grazing Ranma's shirt and tearing through it even as it failed to cut flesh. Shut up and fight, pest. Oh, give it a rest, Ranma mumbled, brushing off his chest before bouncing a few feet away for some extra space. By the way, for the record, you're one of those enforcer guys, right? Those so-called campus police officers? Another vein popped up on Haruo's horn skull. I was the one who told you about us, idiot. Yeah, whatever, the big-tailed boy said dismissively before pointing to the large hole in the hallway where a window used to be. You just destroyed a window and a good section of wall for what? To attack me. Should you really be destroying the school while you're enforcing the peace? Haruo snorted as he lunged forward, swiping with both claws as Ranma ducked. Collateral damage is sadly inevitable when dealing with dangerous miscreants like yourself. Ranma backflipped over another tail sweep, and then bunched up his legs while standing on his hands before shooting his feet upward into a kick that slammed his opponent's head back and sent the gargoyle reeling. Are you for real? You could have just, walked up to me to arrest me, and give you the opportunity to get away. The gargoyle growled, leaping at Ranma with a double-handed slash that tore a few more strips of cloth from the martial artist's shirt as he evaded. Do you know how long it took me to track you down? Several of the surrounding students' sweat dropped at the admission. Seriously? Couldn't an enforcer? I dunno. Look up his class schedule or something. It's not like Sodom's hard to find at all. He's definitely the most famous freshman, and he tends to stand out. Whatever. I'm still getting over the fact that the enforcers are actually arresting someone rather than trolling for bribes. Trolling? Did you seriously say that? Dude, not PC. Both fighters largely tuned out the comments of the spectators, although Ranma noted with some amusement that his opponent was steadily becoming more and more enraged. Look, I don't even know why you're fighting me. If you want to arrest me for breaking some stupid rules, fine, I'll go with you. Haruo snorted noisily as he tried to find an angle of attack that would keep his dexterous foe from dodging. Don't tell me how you enforce order. I cast judgment upon you, miscreant. All right, fine, have it your way, Ranma said tiredly as he swayed from side to side, looking bored. But you're just digging your own grave, here. I mean, you're obviously better at flying than brawling, and yet you're fighting me indoors with a low ceiling. Seriously, there's no way you can crack. Time seemed to stop as Ranma's foot suddenly sunk into the tile flooring, his reflexes failing him completely as one leg sunk through the floor up to his ankle. Naturally, the big-tailed boy's first reaction was to try and pull his foot out, but he found that despite the middle of the tile being weak enough for his considerably light step to break through it, the rest seemed curiously sturdy, and his efforts to free his leg produced nothing but soft cracking noises and a very satisfied smirk from his opponent. There's a lesson to be learned here, I just know it, Ranma mumbled to himself just moments before Haruo's claws tore into his abdomen. Ranma. Tsukune gaped as he watched his roommate go flying into a door as blood spattered across the hallway. It's okay. I'm okay, Ranma mumbled as he slid down onto the floor, wobbling slightly as the door rattled behind him. Just a lucky break. I've still got thought. Once again the big-tailed boy was interrupted, this time by the heavy, reinforced door he had slammed into, falling forward onto his back and staggering the martial artist as he fought to stay standing. Haruo laughed victoriously as he charged forward, curling his wings around his body and plowing into his opponent like a stone wrecking ball. The attack easily smashed aside the door and much of the doorway, and Ranma grunted painfully as he felt his back hit an uneven metal surface that crumpled beneath the force of the impact. He also felt a great deal of liquid pouring against his back, too. Warm liquid, just above room temperature. And the smell was... Cracking open his eyes, he saw that Haruo was standing over him, glancing about the room in confusion. Trying to ignore the massive pain that was his torso, Ranma also twisted around to see what he had crashed into. Gasoline, the big-tailed boy mumbled, staring at the barrels and smaller canisters arranged rather haphazardly in the supply closet he had been pushed into. The drum he had broken open upon entering was already mostly empty, having covered the floor of the room with fuel. Yes. Gasoline, Haruo mumbled, obviously just as confused. It seems well, the school keeps a gasoline stockpile. Why? There's only one vehicle that ever comes here. Ranma protested as he started to get up. Haruo snarled and promptly dismissed his surroundings, grabbing the martial artist's shoulders and forcing him down. Who cares? It's over for you. Showed him. Ranma grit his teeth as he grabbed the gargoyle's wrists, mentally going through the list of maneuvers that could see him through this debacle. Say, gargoyles don't have fire breath or anything like that, do they? Ranma asked seriously, looking up at the monster holding him down. Haruo promptly shook his head. Even if I did, no way would I use it now. Okay, good, Ranma mumbled, his lips curling into a smile. In that case, it's over for today. Put out that cigarette, man. Class is already starting. Came an unfamiliar voice from outside the room. In the hall. All right, geez. What's with all the ruckus around here, anyway? There a fight going on? A second voice asked as a pair of students passed by the storage room. That, of course, was of less interest to Ranma and Haruo than the lit cigarette being tossed negligently into the closet without a glance as to where it might land. As the smoldering embers plummeted to the floor and Haruo mumbled something weakly about littering regulations, Ranma simply sighed. Okay, now I'm starting to think that something's going on here. Wow. I don't think I've ever had a class cancelled on account of fire before, Mocha mumbled as she stared at the ash-covered halls that led to her homeroom. Well, you haven't taken any classes with Professor Richard, then, a fire technician countered as he wound up a length of fire hose. Speaking of which, it's almost time for this morning's inferno. Man. As the rather cynical man stalked off with his fellow firefighters in tow, Youkai observed the surroundings with a more analytical eye. True, her homeroom class was in the opposite direction, and was still going on. But she decided that these events were important enough to sacrifice even her homeroom attendance. You say the floor actually cracked? Right beneath him? The young witch asked to a bystander who was loitering around after the fight now that he had no class. It was uncanny. Right under him. and he couldn't get free in time at all. And after that, the door managed to fall on him even though it's supposed to open inward. I mean, how does that even happen? Youkai nodded wordlessly at the description. They're definitely the effects of the curse. It worked. Although, initially, Youkai thought that encountering such unlikely obstacles in battle was a bit lethal where bad luck was concerned. The curse was supposed to be painful and humiliating, but not fatal. But then again, Shodan did survive, right? Youkai asked, trying to sound mostly uninterested. Yup. Dunno how. After an explosion like that. Maybe he's a fire-based monster? The nameless bystander wondered. Anyway, I think Aono helped him to the infirmary, and I saw the firefighters chuck a scorched statue outside once the fire died down, so I think they'll both be okay. Youkai nodded and then turned away, promptly dismissing the other student. It's a little harsher than what I had expected, but not too bad. The important thing is that Ranma gets what's coming to him. Shodan brought this on himself. Tsukune sighed wearily as he finished washing away the scorch marks off of his face and arms, the water in the sink an ugly gray due to his efforts. That whole fight was just bizarre. It looked like Ranma had it all in hand, but what's with that turn of events? The human mumbled as he wiped off his face. A moment later he stepped out of the bathroom and into the infirmary waiting room, ready to sit down and await further news of Ranma's condition. Tsukune, you came to see me. Whump. Instead, he found himself tackled to the ground as an excitable succubus girl dug into his arms. Ow! Kurumu, what are you doing here? Tsukune asked, struggling to get his arms free from his amorous sweeter. Kurumu pouted and let go of Tsukune so that she was merely straddling him rather than pinning him down. You mean you didn't come here for me? Dog, phooey. I didn't even know you were injured. What happened? The human asked, his concern momentarily overriding his discomfort at the awkward position. The succubus pout turned into a frown. That brat Sendo hacked off my tail last night, for some reason. Wouldn't tell me why, either. Then she brightened as a long, spade-tipped appendage curled up from under her skirt. But look, Miss Madaraki did some work on it and now it's as good as new. That's a relief, Tsukune said honestly, slowly crawling out from under Kurumu's shapely thighs. I'm actually waiting to hear about Ranma's condition. He was just admitted. Hey? What's the matter with him? Finally bit off more than he could chew? Kurumu asked, looking concerned herself as she stood up. Tsukune shook his head hesitantly. No. Well, I'd almost say it was an accident, but before Kurumu could ask for any details, Fran Madaraki entered the room from an operations center, with Ranma following behind her. Ranma, you're on your feet already? Tsukune asked, impressed as always with his roommate's resilience. Hey, if something like that was enough to take me down, I would have been burnt to a crisp ages ago, the big-tailed boy bragged. Sure enough, His skin looked darkened and slightly oily from the applied ointments, but no other burn damage was evident. He did have bandages wrapped around his stomach which were visible thanks to the tear in his shirt, but Tsukune had to figure that the lacerations had to have been cauterized in the blast anyway. Your body seems considerably resistant to extreme heat, Sodom. A fortunate trait, as you seem to suffer a great deal of it, Fran said with an unassuming smile. Ranma shrugged. Well, I never gave it too much thought, but a while back I ate this magic pill that was supposed to offer heat resistance. At the time it was just to deal with this stupid pressure point, but maybe there was more to it. Kuromu turned back toward Tsukune. Well, it looks like everyone's better. Let's go, champ. Yow! Ranma shouted as the spade on Kuromu's tail split into a mouth of razor-sharp teeth and clamped onto his arm, taking the martial artist completely by surprise. What the hell is that? Get it off! Kuromu paled as she looked back and saw what was happening, and Tsukune's eyes bugged out. Kuromu, your tail. What happened to your tail? I don't know. It's not supposed to do that. Fran blinked and cocked her head to one side as she stared critically at the appendage in question. Ranma growled and grabbed hold of Kuromu's tail, eliciting a yelp from the succubus. Ow! Stop that! You're hurting me! Kuromu complained, grabbing hold of Ranma's arm in turn. You're hurting me too. What am I supposed to do? The big-tailed boy asked. Oh dear. I didn't expect this, Fran mumbled while rubbing her chin. Didn't expect what? What did you do? Kuromu asked desperately. Ranma had weakened the pressure on her tail considerably, but was still understandably reluctant to let go. Fran smiled angelically as she explained. It occurred to me that your tail lacks a defensive mechanism to ward off predators that might take it off, so I made the appropriate adjustments. It doesn't need defenses against predators. It's not an issue. Kuromu protested. Then how did the tail get severed in the first place? Fran asked curiously. Sendo is not a predator. The head nurse shrugged. Well, be that as it may, it seemed like a prudent method to deal with all manner of hostile organisms. The fact that it attacks clearly non-hostile associates is an unforeseen problem, however. Yeah, speaking of which, a little help? Ranma almost begged, gritting his teeth. It will likely release you soon, Fran reassured him. And I have plenty of anti-venom on hand. So you should be conscious again and ready to leave within the hour. Anti-venom? This thing's poisonous? Ranma asked, glancing at his arm. But I don't feel any okay. Yeah, they're at Island Fund. Tsukune's sweat dropped as his roommate collapsed, and Kuromu released a slightly guilty sigh of relief as her tail was released. Miss Madaraki, fix my tail back to normal. Kuromu demanded hotly. I don't need it to bite people. Very well, if you're sure, the biogeneticist said with obvious disappointment. How about a supercharged adrenal gland or sensory organ? No. I want the tail. An ordinary devil's spade. The succubus protested. Tsukune, having no part in the debate, opted to drag Ranma back to an infirmary bed. Like a spade from a natural devil? That could be full, but I don't have any willing donors on hand. Oh, how about a retractable filament blade? It will require a whole new muscle group. But stop that. Roughly an hour later, Ranma stumbled out of the infirmary and into the main hall, still looking a bit worse for wear but really wanting to get out of the infirmary. Hope Kuruma will be okay, the big-tailed boy mumbled, recalling that the succubus was still being treated and occasionally yelling at the nurse to ensure nothing extra got added to her new tail. After a few minutes of staggering through the hall, his body began to react to the improved circulation and Ranma felt much of the earlier queasiness and weakness vanish. Well, now it's just a question of where to go next, the martial artist mumbled. What time is it anyway? Is it lunch yet? He was certainly hungry enough to eat, but Ranma was well aware that school lunch schedules rarely coincided adequately with his appetite. Excuse me. Are you so dumb, Ranma? Ranma turned sharply at the question, quite surprised that someone had managed to get so close to him without his noticing. The person who had identified him was a petite girl with blonde ears and dark cobalt skin, a color which didn't coincide with any human race that Ranma had ever heard of. She had even darker hair and a heart-shaped face. And although she was rather cute, Ranma couldn't recall seeing her before. Yeah, I am. Have we met? Ranma asked, keeping his guard up but trying to sound friendly at the same time. No. I've seen you before. Oh, the girl mumbled as she stared at the floor, a dark flush over her cheeks. That is, I wasn't, stalking you or anything. I swear. It's just, you're so popular, and strong, and handsome, and hung like a so. What can I do for you, anyway? Ranma asked, wanting to finish the conversation and go about investigating exactly where he was supposed to be at the moment. Also, the girl was giving him an odd vibe. Well, an odd vibe besides the schoolgirl crush vibe that he was picking up. It was obvious enough, but something else about the dark-skinned girl was seriously bothering him. Well, my name is. The sound that followed could only be described as 100 rakes being dragged over blackboards while tortured puppies whined an horrific concert in the background, and Ranma very nearly fell comatose from the hellish noise before it stopped mercifully. But my friends usually call me Tobaki. The girl finished shyly. Okay. Tobaki, Ranma said uncertainly. And? I was wondering, Tobaki said quietly, staring at the floor again and drawing a circle with her toe, if you have a girlfriend yet. Okay. Well, at least I can nip this in the bud easily enough. Ranma thought. Sorry, but I'm spoken for. I'm engaged, you see, he explained bluntly, scratching his head underneath his big tail. The dark-skinned girl looked crestfallen for a moment, but then seemed determined as she stared up into Ranma's eyes. "Hey, do you want to see my true form?" Ranma's expression was perfectly blank. Isn't that against the rules or something? I haven't shown it to anyone else," Tobaki pressed, clasping her hands in front of her chest. "Will you be my first?" Ooh. Ranma glanced around him, but as the halls seemed to be completely empty save for the two of them, no full distractions seemed to be forthcoming. "Yar. All right, sure. Why not?" Tobaki promptly opened the door to a conveniently empty classroom and stepped inside, coyly gesturing with a finger for Ranma to follow. The martial artist hesitated at first, but eventually rationalized that there was no danger and followed the girl into the room, allowing the door to close behind him. "She's trying to what?" "But it's ugh. That's disgusting." Tsukune said queasily, her normal cheerful demeanor completely drained as she held her stomach. On the blackboard behind her in shaky, barely readable letters was the word "Youkai." "Just Google it or something," Hanako mumbled as she staggered away with a hand over her mouth. Tsukune frowned as he, Mocha and Kurumu left the infirmary, the last enormously pleased as her two perfectly normal tails swished back and forth behind her. "You're sure you didn't see Ranma leave? What if he was still feeling the effects of the poison?" the human asked nervously, glancing back and forth as if clues to his whereabouts might be lying on the floor. "No. But Miss Madaraki said he'd be fine, didn't she?" Kurumu asked, shrugging. "What are you so worried about Ranma for? He can take care of himself." "Normally I'd agree with you, but..." Tsukune trailed off as he considered all the times Ranma had thrashed the monsters that had attacked him. But still, he took a beating in that fight this morning. "You said that was a fluke, right? Just bad luck," Kurumu said dismissively, patting down her skirt. "I'm sure something that crazy isn't going to happen again." Mocha winced at that. Maybe we should check up on him, just in case." Kurumu raised an eyebrow. "What? You too?" She glanced back and forth between Mocha and Tsukune as they gave each other doubtful looks. "What's all the sudden concern for Ranma? What do you think could possibly be happening to him that's so horrible?" The trio of students flinched simultaneously as a blood-curdling shriek blasted through the halls, followed a moment later by a vaguely red and black streak blasting through the halls at similar speeds. "What was that all about?" Kurumu asked, holding down her skirt against the sudden gust of wind. Before anyone could address Kurumu's question, the trio's attention was seized by a dark elf that none of them had seen before, running past them and dashing into the infirmary, sobbing desperately all the while. "I hate to sound like a broken record, but what was that all about?" Kurumu asked while sounding marginally more irritated. Mocha sighed heavily as the weight on her conscience proved too heavy to bear any longer. "Guys, we need to find Youkai," Sendo? What does she have to do with this? Tsukune asked. Is she setting up Ranma somehow? Yes, Mocha said before hesitating. Well, it's something like that, anyway. I don't think she realized exactly how destructive her plan would be. Oh. So this is all a part of their stupid prank war, Tsukune groused, shaking his head. Mocha, do you know where we can find her? As Mocha nodded, Kurumu scoffed. I still think you guys are overreacting. Here. This is Ranma freaking Sodom we're talking about. Seriously, what's the worst that she can do to him? Tough. 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 Ranma panted heavily as he stood in the hallway of the next building over, his hands resting on his knees. Never thought. Tough. I'd meet a girl. Tough. Scarier than Kodakai. Tough. Taking a moment to wipe off a patch of noxious yellow slime that had gotten on his sleeve, Ranma abolished his most recent emotional trauma and once again set about analyzing his situation. There's definitely something going on here. Even my luck isn't usually this bad, the big-tailed boy mumbled to himself as he straightened. Then again, there's not much to be done about it. And it's not like I've had to deal with anything too dangerous. With his confidence instantly restored, Ranma turned around in preparation to go on with his day as normal. Professor Richard stood alone in the hallway in front of him, the warlock's glowing yellow eyes boring into Ranma's crystalline blue ones. How odd. I'm suddenly very bored, Richard said, raising his hands as they began to glow with eldritch power no mortal could even comprehend. Ranma's eye twitched. Well, so much for that rationalization, he mumbled as he prepared to fight for his life. It didn't take long for Mocha to find Youkai, although it was odd for the vampiress to be in the role of the pursuer rather than the pursued. Although Mocha didn't know of any of Yukai's classes save Jadeites, she knew where the witch usually ate lunch by herself and figured that Youkai might retreat to the same area if she didn't have anything better to do and didn't want to go all the way back to her room. As it so happened, Tsukune, Kurumu and Mocha were on their way there when Kurumu spotted Youkai crouched behind a windowsill and peeking over it, as if she was spying on someone outside the school building. Youkai? What are you doing? Mocha asked, glancing out the window and not seeing anything but a large paved patio and another building across it. Youkai glanced at the trio approaching her, and then quickly turned back to her vigil. I'm observing my opponent. You mean Ranma? Where? Tsukune asked, searching the patio. There were a few students loitering out there, but no one he recognized. I don't see him out there. And lots with all those flashing lights from Building C. That's my best guess as to where Sodom is, Youkai murmured, wincing as one of the distant windows blew out in a burst of massive ice spikes. It occurs to me that, as effective as this tactic has been, the reprisal for the misfortune I've brought him may well be beyond my ability to withstand were he to think of a proportional response. That's, kind of why we're here, Mocha said uncomfortably as spears of lightning rained down on the building and nearly blinded the 4 students. We think that lots happening to Ranma has been a bit too. You think it's too much? Youkai asked, turning toward the vampiress. We think it's too lethal, Tsukune corrected, arms crossed over his chest. Until now this was all just harmless nonsense, but what Ranma's been through just this morning would have killed most people 5 times over. Youkai snorted and stood up, staring disdainfully at Tsukune. Shotom is not most people. Has it occurred to you that maybe he's suffering these kinds of incidents because he's powerful enough to find them merely inconvenient rather than fatal? Boom! Tsukune's face darkened as a glowing green meteor smashed into the side of the school building across the patio, collapsing nearly a quarter of the structure as supernatural flame licked at the remains. Has it occurred to you that maybe you're, oh I don't know, wrong? Kuromu snapped, her hands on her hips. She was still confident that Ranma could handle whatever Youkai had thrown at him, but that didn't mean it was right, after all. Mocha stepped forward and took the young witch by the shoulders gently, causing a deep blush to creep over Yukai's features. Youkai, Ranma doesn't deserve this. And on top of that, the curse has caused a lot of damage to the school and hurt a lot of other people besides him. Hurt other people? Like who? Youkai demanded. At that moment a male student ran past the window screaming while green, otherworldly flames clung to his back. Yah! Somebody help! The fire burns yet it does not consume. Yah! Youkai sweat dropped as Mocha continued to stare at her sternly. Oh, come on. None of you even know that guy. Youkai, Mocha said, perfectly mimicking the tone of a mother taking issue with her child. The young witch folded instantly, wilting before Mocha's gaze. All right. I'll undo the curse. Besides, I suppose that Shotom has had enough trouble by now, hasn't he? An explosion that caused the walls to tremble unsteadily underlined the truth of Yukai's reluctant admission, and the witch removed a book from within her cape. Very well, come with me and I'll dispel the effect immediately. Youkai led the other 3 students into a small club room that was currently empty and laid the book out on the table in the middle of the room before quickly locating the curse in question. So you cursed him? Isn't that a little hardcore for a prank? Kuromu said disapprovingly. Mocha was still playing the protective parent even if she was finally trying to bring Youkai into line, but Kuromu had no such concerns. The only thing that was keeping her from carving the young witch's set of gills was that Tsukune was in the room and she didn't want to seem hot-tempered and violent. The curse is supposed to be mostly harmless. Youkai snapped back as she found the right page. Generic bad luck spell. Stuff like tripping on sidewalks, losing your wallet, missing the bus. So where does the storage closet full of gasoline or the homicidal warlock teacher come in? Tsukune asked with an eyebrow raised. Youkai coughed into a fist as she tried not to make eye contact with her accusers. It's possible that the curse doesn't take into account that the victim may already be incredibly unlucky or live in an unnaturally dangerous environment. Magic is an imprecise science. It's not a science at all. That's why it's magic, Kuromu countered. Okay, that's enough, Mocha said firmly, glaring at Kuromu. Youkai said she was going to undo the curse, and now we're just distracting her. Youkai, go ahead. Kuromu and Tsukune reluctantly fell silent, each one keenly aware of distant fireballs exploding outside. Youkai scanned the spell and then frowned as she flipped to the next page. That's odd. What's odd? Tsukune demanded, a sinking feeling growing in his stomach. Well, I didn't really notice before, but the spell information sort of cuts short at the end of the second page, the young witch mumbled as she flipped back. It's almost as if... Alpha. Youkai smirked triumphantly as she peeled apart two pages that had been stuck together, revealing two extra sheets of information. There. Now I have all the tools. I have. The room was absolutely silent for several seconds, though Tsukune noted with great relief that he could no longer hear magical detonations coming from outside. Is something wrong? Mocha asked, noting that the blood seemed to be draining from Yukai's face at an alarming rate. Define wrong? Youkai asked rigidly, her eyes locked on the data before her. Okay. Information or circumstances that will make it harder to lift the curse on Ranma, Tsukune said immediately, clearly losing patience with the sudden holdup. Okay, define something. Damn it, Sendo. What's written in there, anyway? Kuromu demanded. Youkai winced, and Mocha quickly rounded on her friends as the young witch started making pulpy dog eyes. Guys, leave her alone. She's trying her best. Turning to Youkai, her gaze softened. What's the matter? Is there no way to lift the curse? No, there is. Kind of, Youkai said, twiddling her thumbs. All you have to do is survive long enough, and the summoned spirit will eventually appear. Destroy the spirit, and the curse is lifted. How long is long enough? Kuromu asked. Wait a minute. Forget that. What's this about surviving? Didn't you say this spell was supposed to be mostly harmless? Tsukune demanded. I did say that, didn't I? Youkai said, laughing nervously as she conked herself on the head. It turns out that the degree of bad luck is actually quite severe, and eventually, quite fatal. Beads of sweat began crawling down Yukai's forehead as Kuromu and Tsukune's faces darkened. Really though? This is all the author's fault. The severity and ultimate effect of the spell are supposed to be the first things you note, not packed in a summary after the instructions and ingredients. You put Ranma under a curse without even reading the entire description? Tsukune asked, trying to keep his voice even while a vein throbbed on the side of his head. So much for being a genius, Kuromu snipped, finally allowing some real worry as to what would happen to Ranma. Mocha gave Tsukune and Kuromu a sharp glance, and then turned back to Youkai. Is there anything we can do to help? I'm not sure, Youkai said. But we should find Sodom immediately and help mitigate the effects of the curse as much as possible. That will frustrate the evil spirit and draw him out. Right, said the others, nodding decisively. Ranma wheezed wearily as he pushed his way through piles of scorched rubble and blossoms of razor-sharp icicles. His shirt had been reduced to tatters and his pants weren't much better. He was wet, scorched, and had a few particularly uncomfortable spots on his body that itched desperately as flakes of skin peeled off. Numerous abrasions and a few nasty gashes covered his arms and legs, and only a constant surge of adrenaline and pure focus kept him from feeling the effects of dramatic blood loss. He was also holding a pair of long, skinny, bone-white arms in his hands, having apparently been removed from their previous owner. I just want it on record that you're totally overreacting, Richard said as he watched his student aide stomp off angrily. Green, necrotic ooze that glowed faintly and smelled sickening gushed from the gaping wounds under his shoulders, but the undead magus only seemed mildly irritated by the dismemberment. I was only trying to kill you a little. You didn't have to get that mad. Shut up, Ranma groused, not looking back at his physical science teacher as he stalked off. You can have these back next time we have class. Bring glue, Richard called before he turned around and sauntered away. Ranma promptly entered the nearest men's restroom to wash himself off and think about his next course of action. Alright, so I'm getting the feeling that I might be in some real danger, now. Maybe I should hide out until... Ranma trailed off as he thought about that sentence. Hold out until when? He didn't know what was going on at all, although he had a feeling that the earlier magic he had sensed had something to do with it. Either that or it's just a big, Ranma conspiracy. Wouldn't be the first. Still, that did leave the problem of not knowing how long it would last and having no clue as to what to do about it in the meantime. Maybe I can just hide out somewhere or get out in the open where his thoughts were interrupted as the lights in the bathroom suddenly failed, surrounding Ranma with absolute darkness. Aside from a surprised blink, the big-tailed boy didn't react much. It took a lot more than sudden darkness to frighten Ranma Sodom. Of much greater interest was the bright white text that suddenly appeared over the mirror that Ranma had been using to wash up. It is pitch black, Ranma read curiously. You are likely to be eaten by a grue. What the hell's a grue? There was a slight squeaking noise as one of the bathroom stalls opened nearby, and Ranma noted with increasing discomfort that a throaty growling noise was coming from somewhere nearby. Well, I'd better be on my way then, the martial artist mumbled as he started toward the door, projecting an aura of complete calm and confidence. Evidently this did nothing to dissuade the creature lurking in the darkness from attack, and the big-tailed boy leapt into action as he sensed something leaping for his back. Deadly claws went wide as Ranma ducked into a low roundhouse kick, and he felt his leg smack into something before a dull impact revealed that he had knocked down his attacker. Leaving now, the martial artist said, grimacing when he felt large, thick talons close around his leg that had been extended for the kick. "Rurano!" The grue snarled as it dragged its prey closer, its red eyes gleaming as it opened its mouth. At the usual blackboard that featured the monster encyclopedia entries, Tsukune was nowhere to be found, instead replaced by an "Don't break" sign stamped to the top. Underneath the sign was a very succinct description, consisting of the words "grue," "darkness," and "bad," with the last entry written in very large letters and underlined several times. "Lego, freak!" Ranma shouted, laying punch after punch into the mysterious attacker but failing to loosen its grip on his leg. His attacks did seem to keep the rest of it at bay though, and from the grue's frustrated snarls, he could only guess that he was beating the beast back. "Sure." With a terrifying screech, the grue finally stopped trying to bite its prey and lashed out with its other claws, raking them across Ranma's shoulder and chest. Ranma grit his teeth against the pain, although by this point the lacerations were merely the newest of dozens of such wounds. "All right, I'm sick of fighting something I can't even see." Kicking away the grue's fumbling talons to give himself a moment's respite, Ranma focused through the waves of anger and fear within his being and seized hold of his confidence, the assurance that no matter what was thrown at him, he would survive and overcome. Youkai Academy. Before the big-tailed boy could gather more than a glimmer of ki energy into his hands, the grue holding him shrieked in terror and released him, retreating instantly from the minuscule orb of light. A moment later the stall door from earlier slammed shut, and Ranma lay on the floor, blinking as he stared down at the marble of shining blue hovering above his palm. "Well, time to bail," he mumbled, scrambling to his feet and rushing toward the front door. Only once daylight poured into the bathroom from the fully lit hallway did he allow his key to vanish. Tsukune blinked as he saw Ranma stagger out of the men's restroom, a set of fresh slash wounds on his chest and leg and an expression of extreme annoyance on his face. "Ranma, are you okay?" the younger human asked, rushing up to meet his roommate as the trio of girls behind him followed at a more subdued pace. "Oh, Tsukune," Ranma said, his voice sounding almost mechanical. "Yeah, I'm fine. Why do you ask?" "You don't look fine," Tsukune said critically. "How much blood have you lost today? And we need to find you a new shirt before you catch a cold." "No, I don't catch colds," Ranma insisted even as he wobbled to and fro. "I'm good. Totally, completely." He started to tilt to one side, and Kuromu quickly dashed forward to support that side and hold him up. "Good. No problems here. The constant emotional and physical trauma has rendered him delusional. Or stupid. Maybe both," Youkai said as she flipped through the spell book. "We need to get him to somewhere safe to rest." "What kind of place is safe from bad luck?" Kuromu asked. "I don't know, but here isn't it?" Youkai answered, stepping past Ranma and the others. "Come on, We can figure something out while he's lying down. So, is this all Yukai's prank, then? Ranma asked as Kurumu helped him along. Not that he needed any help, of course, but he was feeling a bit tired. Mocha smiled nervously as she followed along. It's more of an accident, really. She didn't mean to do all this to you. Except for that thing with Kurumu's tail biting you. My only regret there is that I didn't think of it independently, Youkai corrected, much to Mocha's chagrin. Then she stopped at a closet and grabbed the knob. Maybe a small, enclosed space would work, she mused as she opened the door. Ranma's sweat dropped as he stared into the supply closet. You know, I haven't seen one electric saw on campus, ever. So why would someone keep so many spare blades? Indeed, the entire interior of the closet was lined with rotary saw blades of all sizes arranged on pegs, in stacks, and a few on fragile-looking strings that could easily collapse at any moment. A perfectly pale Kurumu backed Ranma slowly away from the closet, sweat crawling from her forehead. All right, nobody make any sudden moves. Sendo, you close the door carefully, all right? At that moment, a pair of students in lab coats walked by while carrying a large, heavy machine of some sort. Where do you think we should dispose of this alarmingly powerful and possibly still functional electromagnet? Well, I suppose we could just... The boys were silenced as Tsukune and Mocha tackled them to the ground, and Youkai quickly shut the door to the anomalously dangerous closet, wincing as she heard the sound of clattering metal a moment later. All right, let's try somewhere else, Mocha said as she got up, Tsukune apologizing profusely to the unknown students behind her. Maybe somewhere outside? It couldn't be much worse than that, Youkai quipped as she once again took the lead. Let's go! Ranma cleared his throat again as he let Kurumu help him along to the door leading to the patio area. Anyway, I've got to give you credit. This is a pretty solid trick you pulled off. I was starting to think, clong. Kurumu flinched as a wash bin plummeted down onto Ranma's head the instant they stepped outside, silencing the pig-tailed boys. A wash bin? Well, I suppose that's not too bad, Tsukune mused, watching at the metal bin tilted slowly to one side. Phonic. 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 One by one, 3 full-sized bowling balls rolled out of the bin before the wash bin itself bounced onto the ground, and Kurumu grunted as she suddenly felt herself supporting Ranma's weight all by herself. I'm dreadfully sorry, came a voice from the edge of the roof above, and the students that were still conscious looked up to see the bus driver stooped over the edge of the roof, puffing on his pipe. Are all of you all right? I'm so embarrassed I could just die. Tsukune glanced down at the bowling balls, and then back up at the bus driver. Why? The driver cocked his head to one side. Why? Well, it makes sense to. Firm. He stopped talking and rubbed his chin as his brow creased. That's funny. Carrying 3 bowling balls to the gym over the roof in a wash bin made perfect sense when I thought of it. Then he shrugged. A rather grave mistake. My arms are dead tired. I'm starting to dislike that person, Tsukune grumbled as he turned back to Ranma. Is he okay? Amazingly, yes, Youkai said as she checked the martial artist's pulse. I'm going to have to adjust my assumption as to his species up a few notches, for his body to take this level of abuse. None. John Lazar, mumbled Ranma in a daze as Kuromu dragged him over to a picnic table. Seriously though, what are we supposed to do? Kuromu asked heatedly as she put the big-tailed boy down. Bad enough that Ranma's barely clinging to life, but what about us? How long do we have to wait before the evil spirit shows up? Tsukune asked, his tone rising in tandem with Kuromu's. Youkai flinched as the two older students loomed over her. I don't know. Like I said, this spell book is, excuse me, guys and ghouls, but are you dealing with an evil spirit? The four conscious students glanced over to the bus driver, who had apparently gotten down from the roof and was now smoking his pipe while watching the spectacle nearby. Maybe I can help. My skills at dealing with spirits are nothing short of spectacular. The students stared at the old man with varying levels of annoyance, all of them weighing the value of the help that he could possibly lend against the irritation of having to listen to him. Well, if you can call out the evil spirit attached to Sodom's body, Youkai began, only to step back with a yelp as the driver popped up on top of the table as if he had teleported there. Really? I'd say this boy just might stand a ghost of a chance. But there's no need to be so grave, is there? The old man cackled, lowering his pipe over Ranma's chest and then shaking out some of the embers onto the comatose martial artist. G-Y-A-R-U-U-U-G-H. A fierce roar filled the patio as darkness seemed to seep out of Ranma's body, swirling about in the air and eventually coalescing into a humanoid form standing next to the picnic table. Damn it! Why won't this kid just kick it? The creature snarled. It seemed to be a thing of pure shadow, with the edges of its body frayed and fluid, like the edges of a flame in the wind. A ring of angry-looking eyes were set in its chest, and the mouth set into its faceless head grimaced angrily. Buzz off, brats. I've got a soul to take. Here. Yes. That's the spirit. Youkai shouted. Now all we have to do is beat it. Beat it. Kuromu asked, staring at the angry shadow thing. How do we? The succubus trailed off as she noticed that Youkai, Tsukune and Moko were all backing away from her and the spirit. Hey! Why do I have to do it? Isn't Sendo the one responsible for this? After seeing what that thing did to Sodom? Not a chance, the young witch said. Besides, you're the strong one, right? You do it. We believe in you, Kuromu, Tsukune said, earnestly wishing there was something he could do, but knowing that Kuromu was a far stronger fighter than he was. Moka remained silent, nervously fingering the rosario around her neck. Kuromu turned back toward the spirit, and she gulped nervously as she saw the thing's fingers thicken into curved talons. All right, fine. Mocha, back me up. Me? The vampiress asked, startled. If you are really a vampire, it's time to act like it. Are you the strongest of monsters or aren't you? Kuromu demanded, hoping to grasp some thread of pride hidden underneath Mocha's pacifistic shell. The evil spirit, evidently tired of the conversation, crossing its arms high around its neck so as not to obscure its vision. So, what I'm getting here is that you kids aren't up to snuff. Fine. I think I'll just finish off the big-tailed loser, and... The manifested curse's ring of eyes blinked as it stared at the empty picnic bench. Wait. Where'd he go? He was just thwack. The 4 students gathered against the spirit flinched back in surprise as they watched a bowling ball come down on top of the apparition's head, doubling it over. Ranma stood behind the shadowy being, tossing his improvised weapon to the side. So you're the punk that was causing all that trouble, eh? You sure don't seem like much now that you have a natural body. The spirit's response was to turn with one arm extended, claws lashing out for Ranma's chest as the martial artist hopped back out of range. Ranma, you're okay? Kuromu cried, by far the most relieved that the big-tailed boy was up for a fight. Of course I'm okay. Just leave these guys to me. I'll take down all 3 of them. The martial artist cheered, only wobbling a little as he took up a fighting stance. Tsukune and Mocha's sweat dropped. Is this really okay? I feel like we should help. Fa. You think you can bludgeon me like some fleshy animal? The dark spirit taunted as it floated into the air, the eyes over its chest rotating. I am despair. I am weakness. I am the withering sensation in your heart as the world turns against you and doom swallows your future. Nobody may escape my grasp. Nobody. Youkai bristled at the boasts, thumbing rapidly through the book. This isn't good. I had no idea I summoned a spirit like this. The young witch's concerns were drowned out by a bright flare of blue light, and the evil spirit flinched back as a corona of energy coalesced around Ranma. What? Hey. What do you think you're doing? The apparition demanded. I'm kicking your ass, of course, Ranma snapped, moving his hands back. If you're despair, then I guess that makes me hope. Now that I see you, there's no way I'm gonna lose. Your body is battered and broken. You can't have this much strength left. There's no way. The dark spirit mumbled, stepping backward as it landed on the ground again. I'm used to it, Ranma said simply before he slammed his hands together. Moukadisha. None of the spectators could tell exactly what happened in that moment as the searing blue flash obliterated their scopes of vision, but all of them felt a sudden lift in their spirits, as if the empty feeling of fear that had dominated since the hateful spirit appeared was suddenly swallowed by a cheerful confidence and inner strength. Of course, when the light abated and they saw that only a black scorch mark remained of the spirit, none of them needed any supernatural explanation to explain their relief. All right. You did it. Mocha sighed wearily as Tsukune and Kuromu cheered, simply glad that the entire debacle had been finished without any need for desperate measures. I'm so relieved. Youkai gaped at the spot where the evil spirit used to be. Why, you used a psionic pulse of opposite emotional polarity to discorporate the spirit? If that means the same as shooting my ego at it, then yeah, Ranma responded, trying to catch his breath as he dusted off his smoldering hands. Anyway, I think I give this one about a 6. Youkai blinked. What? As far as evil spirits and curses go, this one was pretty nasty, but also pretty simple to cure. So it gets a 6 out of 10, Ranma explained. I've had worse, but it's still a pretty impressive spell. The young witch stared, mouth agape as the big-tailed boy coughed into his hand. Not that I'm giving up the pranks or anything. No way am I gonna let you in, Ranma insisted, crossing his arms over his chest as Mocha paled considerably. All were fairly surprised when Youkai suddenly threw herself at Ranma's feet, bowing her head onto the ground so low that the tip of her witch's head dug into the dirt. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Before Ranma could ask any questions or make any confused noises, Youkai looked up at him, her eyes shining with admiration and awe. It was foolish of me to oppose someone as great as you. I didn't know what I was doing. Ranma scratched the side of his head as the witch continued kowtowing. Well, I am pretty great, it's true. And strong. And powerful. And handsome. Youkai said, eyes shining up at her new idol. I was mistaken to think of you as a mere brute. If Mocha is perfection in mind and beauty, then you have magnificence in wisdom and strength. Please accept me as your disciple. Ranma chuckled gaudily, patting the young witch on the head as he kneeled down. Ha! You didn't need to go quite that far. But sure, why not? Off to the side, Mocha massaged her head as she tried to come to terms with what she was seeing. Well, it's nice that those two are friends now, isn't it? Kuromu asked, sweat dropping. She was as weirded out by the scene as any of the others, but was hoping that this would at least keep Youkai on better terms with them. Why yeah, this is good, Tsukune said, only a tinge of uncertainty in his voice. That's the spirit. The bus driver cheered. Okay, seriously, can you please leave? Nope, both Kumagamaroshi and Tobaki are students of my own creation. There are a lot more of those going around than I'd hoped, but oh well. Ms. Ryuki is from Rosario Canon. And Chapter 5 Big Human on Campus, Extra. In the bowels of the netherworld, a disgruntled dark spirit trudged past his giggling fellows before taking a seat on a stump of brimstone, his body still smoldering with the key energy that had purged him from the living world. Dude, I can't believe you got smoked, said the small, cackling spirit sitting on the opposite side of a divining pool with Ranma's image as the focus. Yeah, laugh it up, squirt, the defeated apparition grumbled. At least I've had work in the last decade. When was the last time you've been called in for curse duty? As the smaller spirit fumed, another being seemingly composed of hundreds of motes of light swirling around each other addressed the newcomer. You gave it your best shot, and some of the stuff you pulled was rather brilliant. I especially liked the bit with the warlock. Genius. The dark spirit's ring of eyes blinked in confusion. Warlock? What? You mean that Richard guy? I didn't do anything with him. Guy's way too sensitive to our kind. What are you talking about? Dear diary, Richard mumbled to himself as he clenched a pen between his toes, holding down a rather archaic-looking tome with his other foot as he leaned back in his office chair. Tried to kill Sodom again today. That kid's proving quite resilient, and it's even more fun when I can press him hard enough to make him fight back. He took off my arms today after I got a little too cast happy with the mid-level spells, but he still doesn't seem to see me as a natural opponent to be defeated as much as a dangerous obstacle to survive. Frankly, I blame the Japanese social structure. I enjoy abusing power as much as the next sociopath, but respect for one's superiors typically ends after the first cartload of one's peers are reduced to ashes and dumped out in the lawn. Richard stared up at the ceiling as his toes kept scrawling words in a language forgotten by even the gods. He deals with fire and ice easily enough. I think I'll try acid magic next. Ooh. This semester is just so exciting. Chapter 7 Fighting trolls is hard, and welcome once again to Guess Ranma's Species, the only Omake segment which can't be confused with actual chapter content. Tsukune said cheerfully, her tail swaying back and forth. Today we're lucky not only because we're featuring another main character, but also because this character isn't a complete idiot. May I present Miss Youkai Sendo? Youkai nodded modestly from where she sat behind Shizuka, her hands folded calmly in her lap. So tell us, Miss Sendo, what do you think Mr. Sodom really is? Shizuka asked, her voice taking on a hushed tone to try to amplify the drama of the question. Youkai frowned deeply as her eyes closed in concentration. This is a question that I'd researched considerably, Miss Nakomum. Even more so since I discovered how great and wonderful Sodom truly is. Her eyes opened as her expression turned more determined. One of the primary mistakes that others make when judging his species is looking entirely to his physical traits while dismissing his mental ones. Many of Sodom's opponents, and I'm ashamed to include myself amongst their number, dismiss him as a clueless brute, and that's where their error lies. I know very well that under Sodom's simple exterior of casual superiority lies a lethal cunning that ensures that anyone powerful enough to survive his martial prowess will fall just as certainly as those that are not. Sodom's mind is a steel trap, just as his body is a steel weapon. Shizuka blinked, slightly overwhelmed by the analysis. Oh. And his species? Youkai nodded sharply. My current theory suggests he is a devil. Amazing physical prowess combined with a predator's instincts which are further refined by a deceptive and devious intellect. In addition, It would explain his resistance to fire damage. Shizuka nodded slowly. Yes, that does make sense. Well then, until next time. The homeroom teacher hesitated, and then turned back toward Youkai. Quick question, if you revere Ranma so much, why don't you believe him when he says he's human? Devils are notorious liars, Youkai said grimly, nodding her head as she crossed her arms over her chest. Well then, on with the show. Black Dragon Productions proudly presents a Ranma and Rosario plus vampire crossover disclaimer, key, writing/emphasis, sounds, thoughts, speech, comments that you can freely ignore. Big Human on Campus Chapter 6 Fighting Trolls is hard, HMPH. So here it is, mumbled and arrogant. High-pitched voice as a short figure draped in robes stepped out of the only bus that ever crossed the barrier between Tokyo and Youkai Academy, the institution that deigns to educate me. What rubbish! As the bus engine rumbled noisily, the driver stepped out behind the figure, smiling around his ever-present pipe. Don't be so grave, Sonny. You've been given a second chance, haven't you? There are some who would kill for this kind of opportunity. The driver blew out a thick ring of smoke, and then said in a far more somber tone of voice, if they weren't dead already, that is. The cloaked figure glanced upward at the man behind it. You're an exceptionally irritating person. Would it trouble anyone important if you were to die in horrible agony? The bus driver wagged a finger as he clicked his tongue. Now, Sonny, you're here to learn to get along with people, aren't you? You won't have a ghost of chance at this rate. Snorting contemptuously, the cloaked individual turned away and started walking toward the school. The knowledge that I may have to deal with people like you without destroying them rankles. But no matter. The shadowy kid turned back toward the bus. You're sure Sodom is here? Dead certain. The bus driver said enthusiastically, tipping his hat. You have a good time, now. It's going to be a dreadfully long semester for you. Cackling madly, the driver stepped back onto his bus as the doors slid shut, leaving the figure alone as it began the long walk toward Youkai Academy. Okay, I'd really like you to explain this to me, Kurumu said to Ranma as they and Tsukune waited in the lunch line with their trays. How is it that Youkai went from hating you to worshipping you in an afternoon? Ever since that cursed thing blew over, she hasn't left you alone. Ranma shrugged as he served himself some yakisoba. I dunno. Maybe she just realized how awesome I am all of a sudden. Does it really matter? Ranma had a hard time figuring out girls when they were human, his own age, and beholden to relatively simple emotional concepts such as love and hate. Putting his rather stunted sense of empathy toward figuring out Youkai seemed an exercise in futility. I'd be a little concerned having someone with those kinds of mood swings hanging off of me all the time, the succubus mumbled, but I suppose I'm just curious. The way she's been treating you is just bizarre. I don't think it's just the last fight, said Tsukune suddenly. If you think about it, Ever since Ranma turned her little campaign against him into a prank war, she seemed unusually animated, you know. I think she was pretty excited to have someone challenge her. Kurumu raised an eyebrow as he piled some seaweed salad on her tray. You think so? The way Mocha complained, you'd think the damn witch was being tortured. Tsukune nodded. Mocha was being overprotective. Even Youkai admitted that much. But I think she started seeing Ranma as more of a rival than an enemy, even if she herself didn't realize it. And then, once Ranma brushed off such a dangerous curse, I suppose she was just so impressed that her respect for him as a rival evolved into idol worship. Ranma frowned. So, she just realized how awesome I am. Isn't that what I said? The big-tailed boy asked as he finished getting his food and left the lunch line. Tsukune's sweat dropped as Kurumu suddenly nuzzled him. That's my Tsukune. The succubus bird. You really do understand a woman's heart. Firm. Thanks, I suppose, Tsukune said bashfully as they followed after Ranma. Granted, he was far more empathetic than Ranma or Kurumu, but he thought that was more because they were so self-centered rather than owing to any particular sensitivity on his part. Not that he would say that to them, of course. Salutations, Youkai said cheerfully as she spotted the trio approaching their usual table, where she was already waiting with Mocha. What's up, Squirt? Ranma said as he reached the table first, setting down his tray with a nice big gap between him and the two younger girls. Just because Youkai now considered him some sort of god-made flesh didn't mean that he suddenly had to be polite after all. Oh, it was obvious that his insulting nicknames for her held a certain amount of affection nowadays. Tsukune and Kurumu were about to take their seats when Mocha yelped and then suddenly and unwillingly slid across the length of the bench, stopping right before she crashed into Ranma. A moment later Youkai dashed behind them all to take the other seat flanking Ranma, beaming at him brilliantly as she put down her bento box. Kurumu and Tsukune stared awkwardly at the new seating arrangement for a moment before Tsukune sat down next to Mocha with Kurumu sitting next to him, all of them grasping for something to say, but coming up short. So senpai, I've been thinking, Youkai said as she broke apart her chopsticks, her tone being very firm and professional. Senpai, aren't we in the same grade? Ranma asked between mouthfuls of his lunch. Granted, they shouldn't have been in the same grade, but given that Youkai was probably years ahead of him academically anyway, he wasn't about to start touting his accomplishments at Furinkan. Senpai was usually reserved for upperclassmen. A mere technicality. The young witch insisted, nodding to herself. To even suggest that someone like me is on the same level as you is an unforgivable insult. The others at the table sweat dropped at the self-deprecation, but no one said a word. Most of them preferred it over Yukai's former arrogance, after all. Of course, if you don't like senpai, may I refer to you as master? Youkai asked, flushing a bit as she stared down at the table. Senpai is fine, Ranma deadpanned. Anyway, You were gonna say something? Yes. I was just wondering why it is that Mocha drinks Aono's blood but not yours. Youkai asked bluntly. Mocha, who had been drinking a tomato juice to tide herself over until she could get some alone time with Tsukune's jugular, suddenly did a spit take, spewing the rich red liquid all over and generally looking like she was having a brain hemorrhage. Tsukune winced at the question, feeling his chest tighten suddenly even as he waited curiously for the answer. Ranma seemed to consider the query seriously even as Mocha coughed to try and clear the juice from her throat. Well, if you're asking me, I mean, whatever she feels about drinking my blood doesn't really matter to me, because I wouldn't let her, he explained bluntly. Personally, I don't see how Tsukune puts up with being her personal bento box. It just seems cruel to me. Probably isn't safe, either. Couldn't you get an infection that way? Mocha glared harshly at the big-tailed boy as she finally cleared her windpipe. I'll have you know that it's perfectly safe. And since Youkai brought it up, I wouldn't drink your blood if you and I were the last humanoids on Earth. Is that supposed to be an insult? Because it's actually really comforting, Ranma said to the angry vampiress. Youkai cleared her throat before Mocha could come up with a rebuttal. Why don't you consider drinking Senpai's blood? She said nonchalantly, as if she was discussing something of absolutely no importance. A vampire's power waxes and wanes with the nutrients they take in just like any other creature, right? Mocha hesitated, not liking where this was going. I'm sure that Ranma's blood contains far more in the way of nutrients and vitamins than Aono's, Youkai continued between mouthfuls of her own lunch, to say nothing of the superior diffusion of spiritual energies. Mocha desperately groped for a rebuttal as she watched Tsukune's face darken. She was saved from the trouble by Ranma, however. Could we not talk about me getting my blood sucked while I'm trying to eat? The big-tailed boy demanded, looking annoyed. Like I already said, no matter what Mocha wants, I ain't letting her eat me. Mocha promptly turned her nose up. HMPH. As if I'd even consider it when I have someone like Tsukune around. Tsukune's expression brightened quite a bit at the admission, though the younger human had been quietly eating his lunch the entire time. Kuromu also watched the exchange in silence, her expression unreadable as she digested the conversation. So, Youkai, she said suddenly, I'll just come out and ask it, are you in love with Ranma now, or what? Bump. The table suddenly shook as something hit the underside, and Kuromu blinked in surprise as she caught sight of an unfamiliar girl with purple hair scurrying out from under the table and practically diving into the throngs of other students. Who the hell was that? Ranma twitched badly at Kuromu's question, greatly fearing the answer. Given his trouble with girls in the past, he was really hoping to go through Youkai Academy without picking up any new sweeters at all, even if he himself admitted that the prospect was ridiculous. Having a clearly prepubescent girl clamoring for him was not going to help the accusations of perversion he expected when he finally returned home. To his surprise and relief, however, Youkai put his fears to rest. "Don't be absurd," the young witch said firmly. "What I feel for senpai transcends your understanding of crude sexual urges and simple physical attraction." Kurumu mumbled, deciding to ignore the stranger to focus on Yukai's answer. "That doesn't exactly sound like Ino to me." Tsukune and Mocha also paid rapt attention, both of them wanting to know the answer but not having the gall to ask themselves. Youkai sighed in that way that adults did when children failed to grasp complex concepts. "I suppose if I had to boil it down to an explanation you could understand, it would be that senpai is simply too much man for someone like me to handle." Ranma twitched again as the other's eyes bugged out at the surprising explanation. "Love is, ultimately, an expression of emotional incentives to select the most appropriate mate to produce the best possible offspring," Youkai lectured as she dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a napkin. "To that end, I can say with absolute certainty that me and senpai are not compatible in the least. My physical inadequacy as compared to his unparalleled strength make me an inferior selection." Yeah, sure, let's go with that," Ranma said, not really understanding the explanation but getting the distinct feeling that he had just been subjected to one of the most flattering rejections ever. Tsukune frowned. "But if that's really what you think love is, then why are you in love with Mocha?" he asked, quite certain that their pairing would be far more unlikely to produce good offspring. Or any at all, for that matter. Yukai's eyes narrowed. "I'll have you know that what I feel for Mocha does not transcend crude sexual urges or simple physical attraction." She leaned forward so she could look past Ranma to gaze lovingly at the vampiress. "Not one bit." Ranma stood up from his barren lunch tray and stretched. "Well, it's almost time for class to start again. And then we've got club activities tonight." "Don't remind me," Tsukune mumbled bitterly. "We don't even have a decoy for this time in case we need to escape again." Kurumu shrugged helplessly. "Sorry, I don't really remember what it looked like. And I don't know what it was about that stress ball that might have caused Professor Jadeite to flip out." "I'm sure you guys'll be fine," Ranma said, turning to pat Youkai on the head. "All right, Runt, listen up, since I'm not going to be there to do everything myself, it's up to you to keep these guys alive, got it?" Tsukune attracts trouble like a magnet attracts iron. Mocha is useless in every way, and Kurumu can only handle so much on her own. I'm counting on you to see them through this, alright? As Mocha's chopstick snapped in her tightening fist, Youkai beamed up at the big-tailed boy, saluting him like a superior officer. "Yes, senpai. You can rely on me." "Good. See you guys later," Ranma said as he walked toward the exit, waving to his friends on his way out. As Tsukune started piling up the trays and empty plates on the table, Mocha laid a hand on his arm, causing him to freeze. Tsukune. I'm not really useless, am I? Mocha asked nervously, staring up into the human boy's eyes with a doubtful expression on his face. What? No. No, of course not. Tsukune said firmly, shaking his head. That was just Ranma being Ranma. Actually, Kurumu butted in. We should just get this out in the open. Mocha? For a vampire, you're pretty damn useless. Mocha flinched. What do you mean? I'm just saying, the vampire is supposed to be an immortal, indestructible powerhouse, the strongest of all monsters. You don't exactly fit that profile, Kurumu said bluntly. Mocha wilted immediately and started fingering her rosario nervously. Clang! Kurumu winced as a wash bin slammed into her head from above, and she then turned a heated glare at Youkai, who was staring at the succubus with disdain. That's enough out of you, Youkai said firmly, slapping her witch's wand into the palm of her free hand like a disciplinarian's tool. Mocha is clearly a far more refined and enlightened manner of vampire. There's no reason at all to encourage violent behavior. I'm not saying she should change, Kurumu mumbled as she rubbed her head. But she could help out every once in a while when we're fighting for our lives, at least. That's what we keep you around for, Youkai said harshly, sniffing haughtily as she turned around. Anyway, I have class now. I'll see you all later for the exploration club. Farewell, Mocha, my love. As Youkai left and Mocha wandered off after her, sulking, Kurumu turned toward Tsukune as the human boy returned the dirty lunch trays to the kitchen. Hey, Tsukune, I just had a thought, and wanted to run it by you. HM? Tsukune gave the succubus his attention. What's up? I was just wondering. Did it seem to you that Youkai was trying to set up Ranma and Mocha? Kurumu asked, rubbing her chin. Tsukune looked uncomfortable about the question, but quickly recovered. None, it can't be. It didn't seem that way to you. That talk about Mocha drinking Ranma's blood didn't set off any red flags. Kurumu pressed. Tsukune shook his head firmly. Youkai is in love with Mocha. I don't know why, but she is, and she's not shy about admitting it. And since she says she's not after Ranma, why would she set Ranma and Mocha up together? I'll bet she just wanted to have an excuse to eat lunch with Ranma and Mocha alone. Or maybe she really was concerned about Mocha having a more nutritious diet. Kurumu sighed. Oh, Tsukune, so naive. But then, that innocence is one of the many things I love about you so. The human boy chuckled nervously as he pushed past the succubus, eager to end the conversation. Well, you can think whatever you want about it, but I think it's just you. Anyway, I'm going to class now. Of course, Kurumu said, her smile widening into a grin. See you later, my beloved. Alright people, gather round and listen up. Riza Wildman shouted as she glared around the room at the members of the Fight Club. This is how things are going to work around here. For the first few weeks, we train. You are going to learn some forms, push your bodies to some new limits, and learn how best to use your monster powers to assist in combat. After a couple good workouts, we'll start to stake out some territory. Eventually our goal is to have at least half the school within the control of the Fight Club's members. The redhead said, grinning fiercely. Ranma raised an eyebrow. That doesn't quite sound right. Wait. You mean the Fight Club doesn't have any territory right now? Ranma asked, gathering the crowd's attention. You said that your club tangles with the nastiest groups on campus, right? What happened to all the ground you covered last year? For that matter, how come it's only freshmen in this club? Another student asked, scratching his head. Did this club just start up this year or something? Not at all, Riza said, waving her hand before planting her fists on her hips. I'm proud to say that the Fight Club had a roster of 20 members that survived to the end of last year, and we managed to secure a full third of the campus for ourselves, taking most of the territory from the monstrels and a good chunk of the classrooms. That the enforcers patrolled regularly. Then the redhead cleared her throat. As it so happens, the upperclassmen in the club disappeared over the break. Disappeared? Ranma asked. You mean they were killed? Kumagamaroshi asked grimly, crossing his arms over his chest. People disappeared without leaving any remains or evidence with unusual frequency around Youkai Academy, but that was mostly because many kinds of monsters tended to eat what they killed. Riza snorted. Don't make it sound like they lost fairly. They were ambushed and assassinated. Students tend not to keep in touch with each other outside campus, so it's hard to watch each other's backs, she reasoned, seeming not to notice as several of the club's new members started to sweat or grow pale. Then she smiled. But that's fine. We'll start with a blank slate and conquer this place all over again. Fine. How is getting hunted down and butchered fine? Demanded one student nervously. I didn't sign up for this. Actually, I think we did, said another, smaller student as he looked over the club application form. It says explicitly in the disclaimer that the club is not responsible for its members being murdered in revenge. Oh, come on. Nobody reads those things. Another student insisted angrily. Ranma watched as the club quickly split into two groups that started arguing with each other. Those that didn't like these new revelations and wanted to back out, and those that either found the challenge of an impending assassination exciting or simply accepted the threat with grim determination. You can't seriously tell me you joined the Fight Club expecting things were going to be nice and easy. Where's your pride as a monster? An ambush is different from a fight. If they were going to fight fair, what kind of babies are you guys? You think you can expect all your battles to be handed to you clean and even? You guys are idiots. If you wanna die so badly, go ahead. But count me out. Ranma was considering whether he should just stay quiet or cast his lot in with the students supporting the club when Riza suddenly threw a fist back into the wall behind her. Wham! The entire room shook slightly as plaster, wood, and even the concrete behind it crumpled under her fist, and the students of the club quickly gave the faculty attendant their full attention. "This will conclude your first test," Riza said calmly as she tore her hand from the hole in the wall. Staring near certain death in the face and pushing forward is the very foundation of being a warrior. If some of you think to turn tail and run now, in the face of scary rumors, how would you fare when an actual enemy stands before us? She scoffed, sneering. When the power of your foe threatens to overwhelm you, when your comrades lie broken and dying, do you really think you'll have what it takes to stand fast and attack? Several of the students winced, mostly those that were considering leaving, but Riza's imagery had even impacted a few of the more enthusiastic students. "By all means, if you think you can cut it, go," the redhead demanded, waving toward the exit. "For those of you that remain, if you fear, we will hammer that fear out of you. If you falter, we will push you forward. And if you die..." She hesitated on the last point. "Well, actually, if you die then we just give a pretentious speech about how noble and honorable you were before dumping you in a shallow grave and sending your folks a sympathy card. But know that you will not be forgotten. For a few weeks, at least. I'm sure it's the thought that counts." Ranma deadpanned as several of the more cowardly students and even one of the members who had sided against them stiffly filed out the room. There were a few that had been ready to leave that seemed to have changed their minds. Oh, no doubt bolstered by Riza's speech about turning them into warriors. In the end, a mere 12 members remained in the Fight Club by the time that Riza officially started exercises. She didn't look terribly happy about it, but seemed intent on pushing forward. "All right, you losers. Seeing as how you were all too stupid to jump ship when you had the opportunity, 'cause you're pampered, pansy-ass pacifistic school life goodbye." Ranma snorted. If his school life thus far could be considered pampered and pacifistic, then the Fight Club would be a real riot. "Now I'm gonna explain how this is gonna work," Riza continued loudly. "Most monsters are naturally territorial and suspicious of anyone else, except possibly others of their own kind. Well, get ready to break some cultural barriers, because that doesn't fly in the Fight Club." She glared around the room, looking for any signs of resistance. "Frankly, I don't give a damn whether you respect each other, like each other, or even care about each other, but you will guide each other, help each other, and protect each other. The Fight Club isn't some name to flash around to push yourself to the top and get the class run to do you favors. It is a fraternity of warriors that come together as one. You will learn to fight in pairs, and then in teams, and finally as a pack. Then we will steamroll this campus, you hear me?" There were many whoops and cheers from the remaining students, and Riza finally allowed a small smile to cross her face. Alright, then. Let's form pairs. You, the shrimpy poison guy. You'll be with Zapper over here. Claws, you're tough and fast, but kind of clumsy, so you can pair with the snake chick. As Riza started putting together pairs, Kuma the Hellhound closed his eyes in anticipation. Not so dumb. Not so dumb. Not so dumb. Not so dumb. He repeated under his breath like a mantra as Riza worked through the first 4 pairs and then made eye contact with him. Eyebrows, you keep mumbling Sodom over and over, so fine, you and the human can pair up. The redhead said, shrugging. Son of a bitch. The hellhound shouted, slamming a foot into the floor. Another student chuckled. Strictly speaking, aren't you the son of a bitch, Mr. Hellhound? Flames burst around Kuma's hand as he stared murderously at the one who had mocked him, but those flames went out quickly when his wrist was suddenly seized. Whoa, cool it not, Ranma said as he held the other boy's wrist firmly. Don't waste all your energy on him. You're gonna need it if you want to keep up with me. Stop calling me mutt, Kuma growled, slowly turning to face the big-tailed boy. Fine, eyebrows it is, then, Ranma said, shrugging as he adopted Riza's nickname for the Hellhound. Your bushy brows are more obvious than the dog thing, anyway. Kuma continued growling, but resisted making further violence upon those that surrounded him. Truth be told, if people insisted on mocking him, he much preferred that they mock his looks rather than his species. Alright, now that you have your partners, I want to see some low-level sparring, Riza demanded, crossing her arms under her breasts. You're to get a feel for your partner's combat style, and you're to do it without hurting each other. I don't want any of you morons showing off, you hear? Ranma smirked as he gave Kuma some space. Well, I think we already have a pretty good idea of what we're each capable of, but whatever. You ready? The hellhound just growled deep in his throat, irritated that he got stuck with Ranma as a partner. There wasn't much to be done about it though, and Kuma did have an interest in getting stronger. So after taking a few moments to swallow his pride, he took up a boxer's stance. Bam! Before any sparring could begin, however, the door to the classroom suddenly burst open, swinging wide and then slamming into the adjacent wall. The entire Fight Club stopped to gawk at the new interruption as it stepped heedlessly into the room. It was cloaked from head to toe in rather fine, ornate Chinese robes, obscuring the body and face, but the figure was quite short. So it's true. You are fond. The figure was interrupted as the door swung back away from the wall, causing a body that had been crushed between the two to fall onto the floor, dazed. Everyone in the room, the cloaked person included, watched in utter confusion as a girl with mussy purple hair got to her feet and then staggered out the exit, all the while holding a large sheet of fabric with a pattern that matched the room's wallpaper. The cloaked figure turned away from the bizarre but irrelevant sight, and once again faced the students within the classroom. Where was I? I believe you were about to apologize for interrupting my club's activities, and then go away, Riza said. Oh, right, the figure mumbled, bowing. I'm very sorry. Wait, that's not it at all. Standing up straight once more, the figure promptly plunged toward Ranma. Hello, Sodom. Surprised to see me. Ranma frowned. Maybe. Give me a second to place the voice, he mumbled as he rubbed his chin. Kinda high-pitched, like a kid. A boy? Probably. HMM. Finally, he nodded. I'm gonna guess you're either one of the losers back in Miramar under the influence of those nutty age-bending shrooms. He sighed. Or you're Saffron. To be honest, none of the members of the Fight Club were terribly surprised or impressed when the figure finally swept aside the cloak, revealing his body. It was a boy that seemed a deal younger than them, that had cold, piercing eyes and a strange hairstyle with his long, parted bangs a bright pink and the rest of his hair charcoal black. He was wearing the school's uniform under the robes, but also had on a strange circlet that seemed to be two pairs of wings stacked on top of what appeared to be a tiny egg. Surprised to see me? The Phoenix King asked, his mouth curling into a sneer. Not really, Mumber. Ranma promptly turned back toward Kuma. So you're partial to boxing, eh? I guess it suits you. You do any? His question was interrupted as a small fireball streaked by his head to explode on the wall. You dare ignore me? Saffron demanded, enraged. For that matter, most of the rest of the class was ignoring him too, going about their exercises without a bit of interest in the Phoenix King's origins or what he was doing here. Unthinkable. Hey, you, shrimp, knock off the fireworks. Riza growled as she stomped up to the front where Saffron was glaring at Ranma and Kuma. Who the hell do you think you are? Saffron turned to stare disdainfully at the redhead. I am Lord Saffron, King of Phoenix Mountain and ruler of its people. Who are you to speak to me, wench? Kuma growled in his throat at the boy's disrespect, but refrained from saying anything. Riza's eyebrow twitched. I'm Riza Wildman, administrator of this classroom and organizer of the members of my club here, she said irritably. And for the moment, you're not on Phoenix Mountain, you're in room 218. So I don't care if you're a king or whatever, you answer to me. Got it, short stuff? Saffron snorted as he barely managed to stifle a laugh. Really, Sodom, you always seem to find the most troublesome women. Isn't it annoying, being around females that don't know their place? Ranma was very proud of his fight against Saffron, even if it had been one of the most harrowing experiences of his life that had nearly cost him his fiancée's life and had, in fact, cost him his enrollment in Furinkan. Saffron was a creature unto a god, nearly indestructible and with power immeasurably greater than Ranma's own, and yet with ingenuity and will, he had actually managed to defeat the Chinese king. It was for this reason that he was of somewhat mixed feelings as he watched said king get smacked off his feet like a bowling pin before being thrown through the nearest wall to fall into a crumpled mess in the hall on the other side. Human, Riza said through clenched teeth as she dusted off her hands. Find out what he wants and see if you can't convince him to never come here again. Okay, sure, Ranma said, sighing. Eyebrows. That'll leave you without a partner until he takes care of that idiot, won't it? The redhead asked. Kuma brightened immediately. If Ranma was leaving, then maybe he could join another group. Or better yet, maybe Riza herself would be willing to. Why don't you go help Ranma get rid of the jackass, then? Riza said, not noticing as the hellhound wilted. Let me know if you need to dispose of any bodies. Yes, Miss Wildman, Kuna said despondently, trudging out of the room behind the big-tailed boy. Erg. Gah. Saffron struggled as his shattered arm regenerated, trying to push the chunks of wall and twisted rebar off of himself. So how's it feel to have a girl throw you through a wall? Ranma asked as he knelt behind the Phoenix King. It's been so long since I've seen Akan, I've practically forgotten. That insolent little Saffron began to snarl before Ranma suddenly grabbed part of the rebar that was holding him down and snapped it off. Let's leave the insolent little ones alone for now, the big-tailed boy deadpanned. It's drafty enough around here without more holes in the building. So what's up, bird brain? Why are you here? Kuma stood above Ranma, crossing his arms over his chest and glaring down at the newcomer with eyes that promised hot death if he was uncooperative. Saffron struggled to stand up, his obviously broken leg shifting back into place even as the two teenagers wait for an answer. I suspect I'm here for the same reason you are, Sodom, Saffron said gruffly, staring angrily at the rips and bloody tears in his uniform which would not regenerate like mere flesh. I assume you two were dragged here against your will after our little scuffle in China. Ranma snorted at the idea of that battle being a mere scuffle. None. I came more or less willingly. Oh, I did get that spiel about being a threat to humanity or whatever. Now that I think about it, it doesn't surprise me that they were out to get you two. Kuma, who mostly had no idea what the pair were talking about, gulped slightly at hearing that Ranma and Saffron were considered threats to humanity. There's no way this bratty kid and the cocky jerk could be that strong. Right? Ranma frowned. So, wait, you were brought here against your will. How's that work? Saffron snorted. Tell me, Sodom, have you ever heard of the Hell Kings? The big-tailed boy shook his head. What little I know of them is mostly fable, passed down from my people's ancient lore. Saffron began somberly as he sat down in the hallway. I was fortunate enough not to actually meet one of the dread priests until just a week ago. So what are they? Kuma demanded, quite uninterested in the whole story but wanting to conclude the conversation so that he could go back to his club activities. They're a coven of strange and mysterious clerics, or so the stories say, Saffron mumbled. It's said that they usually work behind the scenes to maintain order and balance in this world, and possess magic powerful enough to dwarf even my own. Ranma raised an eyebrow. Well, seeing how you met one of these chumps, Is that true? Saffron's eyes hardened. It would seem so. Although I did not have access to my adult form and my full power thanks to someone throwing a murderous tantrum at the time of my ascension, I still held considerable strength and had the might of all of Phoenix Mountain at my fingertips. Still, I was helpless before the man who appeared at Phoenix Mountain to ask what had happened to all the Academy brochures they had sent me. The Phoenix King growled as he stared at his small, untailed hands. The Hell King put a seal on me, he explained, pointing to the egg on his circlet, and said it would only be removed once I had completed my classes at Youkai Academy. The seal permanently fixes my power and my apparent age to what you see before you, and locks this human disguise in place. I was wondering about the lack of wings, Ranma mumbled. Still, even with that, King, it seems to me that you could have kept living in Phoenix Mountain. You spent plenty of time in kid form, right? Saffron snorted. I certainly would have chosen that path. But with the seal in place, it would seem that every assassin in China suddenly thinks I am easy pickings. Musk, Amazon, Maoist. There have even been attempts from my own people to slay me. I am here to avoid the killers as much as to finally release my true power. Ranma blinked. Whoa, wait, do you still come back to life when killed? What? Kuma suddenly shouted, his eyes wide. Resurrection? Are you serious? Saffron ignored the ignorant hellhound. I do. In fact, the only advantage of the seal is that when I am reborn, I am birthed not as a mere infant but rather the prepubescent cell you see before you. I am as immortal as ever. He scowled. Still, the sheer number of rebirths I've suffered since the sealing is troubling. To say nothing of how unpleasant the actual process is. To top it off, some of the assassins were getting creative in their attempts to banish me permanently. Ranma didn't really understand that, but felt that he was better off not asking for details. So here you are, huh? That's a tough break. Indeed. It has been quite troublesome, Saffron agreed grimly. Though I must say, I'm extremely pleased to see you, Sodom. The big-tailed boy blinked, not expecting that at all. Saffron wanted to see him, the man who had beaten and killed him. What? You wanted to talk to me or something? Then his eyes hardened. Or did you wanna have a rematch? Saffron laughed bitterly. I'd hardly think of challenging you again with my current power, Sodom. You had nothing to fear. I'm simply glad to see that you are, in fact, a monster. Kuma raised an eyebrow as a vein popped up on Ranma's head. Well, not so much glad as relieved. Saffron continued, oblivious to Ranma's darkening expression. The thought that I had actually lost to a human was inconceivable. I was so shamed by the humiliation that I almost pined for true death to end my misery. He sighed as his lips curled into a calm smile. But to hear that you share the blood of Youkai explains everything. I knew there was no way I could have lost to a mere human. I find myself wondering what, exactly, you are. Oh. Saffron looked up at Ranma as he made the query, and noted with some confusion that the big-tailed boy was staring down at him with dark, expressionless eyes. So dumb. So, when you die, you're reborn just like this. No complications. Ranma deadpanned. That's right, the Phoenix King answered hesitantly. Why do you ask? Come on, put your back into it. Ryza growled as she shoved one of her trainees forward. Attack decisively. You're not fast enough or smart enough to probe his defenses, so such light attacks are useless. Then the redhead turned to point at the pair fighting in the far corner. Zapper, you have to YARGH, GWH, AUGH, Kurkulha. The entire class froze as a sudden scream of agony came from outside their practice room, being perfectly audible thanks to the hole in the wall. After a few seconds, however, the screams weakened and then ceased. A few seconds after that, Ranma and Kuma finally re-entered the classroom, the latter looking nervous and the former with a considerable amount of blood splattered all over his arms and clothes. I got rid of him, Ranma said, his voice emotionless thanks to the soul of ice. So, you need to get rid of a body after all? Ryza asked. No, he'll get better, the big-tailed boy responded, a tinge of regret in his voice. Are you sure? Kuma asked, his voice quaking slightly. You ripped out his... The hellhound's words died on his tongue as Ranma slowly turned his dead, icy gaze toward him. Why don't we start that sparring? Kuma asked, deciding that he much preferred the arrogant, annoying Ranma to the cold, deadly one. Yes, Ranma said as he started cracking his knuckles. Let's... yes. This is it after all. The war golem Mordicalus, Jadeite said cheerfully as he flipped through an old book. Crash! Constructed in ancient times by the Earth's last remaining goblin tribes, it was to be the last shining symbol of their culture and military might, he continued. Slam! Rumble! Surely it would have been, except that the first human wizard that came upon it figured out its simple control runes before the construct could close to melee range. Crunch! Wham! Jadeite licked his finger before turning the page. It's said that after that incident, the golem became a shining symbol of the idiocy and self-destructive nature of the goblins, and was the butt of jokes for centuries after it was buried. Would you stop reading and help me? Kuromu screamed as she flew wildly through the massive cavern, sweat dripping from her brow. Swiping clumsily at her was a 20-foot-tall humanoid suit of armor that moved on its own accord as it tried to crush the succubus as best it could. Its helmet, rather than having eye slits, was a solid piece of spiked metal with a large gemstone set in the middle, resembling an eye. Jadeite glared up at the blue in annoyance. Do calm down. Panicking will serve no purpose. Easy for you to say when you're down there reading while this thing tries to kill me. Kuromu shouted, looking back and forth for somewhere to hide. The Dark General went back to his book. It says here that the war golem was imprisoned by the wizards that took control of it because they reasoned that any half-decent magic user could probably command the construct and turn it against its masters. What does that tell you? God! Now it's throwing things. Kurumu screamed, landing roughly on the ground as a piece of stone pillar barely flew over her head to smash into the wall behind her. Incorrect. Pay closer attention, Jadeite said scornfully. If this account is true, it should be a simple matter to take control of the golem ourselves. If some halfway human could do it, surely it should be no challenge for students of your caliber, right? Kurumu grit her teeth as she flew away from another hurled boulder. I only have enchantment magic, and even I can't seduce a golem. Sendo, you do it. Mordicalus was about to charge Kurumu again when a small rot bounced off of its leg, immediately registering the impact as an attack and deciding that the origin of the assault took priority over the hapless succubus. The war golem turned and fixed its magical eye on a small, unobtrusive-looking boy that was glaring up at it from the ground below. Hey! Why don't you pick on? Tsukune managed to get out before 5 tons of iron boots smashed into him from above. Suit Tsukune. Kurumu gasped, her face paling as she watched the very ground shake from the impact of the golem's stomp. What's wrong? Tsukune asked from below her, causing the succubus to do a double take in confusion. Are you alright, Kurumu? Mordicalus whirled around to see the new Tsukune below its previous target, and promptly broke off the base of a broken pillar before hurling it across the room. Crunch! The pillar was ground to rubble as it impacted the wall, and Tsukune's form vanished utterly before the massive impact. Yoo-hoo! Mr. Goblin Bot! Over here! Tsukune waved from atop a mound of collapsed debris. Hiding behind some obscuring rubble, Tsukune waved as Youkai stood behind him, projecting the human boy's image into the illusions that were now driving the war golem into a rage. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up, Youkai said through clenched teeth. It's not that hard a spell, but eventually that thing is going to bring down this whole cave on us if we can't stop it. What about what Professor Jadeite said? Mocha asked nervously. Can't we take control of it somehow? Yes, that should take priority, Jadeite himself said, floating over the collapsed terrain and landing next to Mocha. The control runes should tell you how to control Mordicalus. If necessary, the winged girl can act as a decoy again so you won't have to maintain the illusions. Taking a moment to glare at Jadeite for not having even remembered his club members' names, Youkai stared hard at the glowing green patterns that covered the war golem's chest and shoulders. I can't read that. It's in Goblin. Of course it's in Goblin. They're the ones who built it, Jadeite scoffed. You can't read Goblin? No. Nobody reads Goblin. Not even Goblin's Red Goblin anymore. It's a dead language. Youkai shouted as she went back to focusing on illusory decoys. Jadeite frowned as he rubbed his chin. I had not anticipated this. Back in the academies on Earth during the reign of the Moon Kingdom, most people took primitive tribal dialects to fulfill their foreign language class requirement because they were much easier than learning any full languages. I suppose such customs might change over the passage of the millennia. As Tsukune and Mocha facepalmed over the professor's stupidity, Kuromu suddenly shouted to them, "Tsukune, look out! Don't worry, Kuromu." Tsukune shouted back, unable to actually see the succubus because of the debris and scattered clouds of dust. "That's not really, crash." The words died in Tsukune's throat as a massive steel arm broke through the rubble piled high to the side of them, sending bits of stone and masonry flying over their heads. "Oh, that's what you meant," Tsukune squeaked as Mordicalus loomed above them. HMPH. "Well, this was a failure," Jadeite mumbled as he closed the old book and summoned a portal behind him. "If any of you survive, I'll see you next week," the Dark General said, teleporting to safety and closing the magical exit before any of his students could follow. "So this is how it all ends," Tsukune thought as the Lord Golem made a fist and drove it straight down toward him, squashed by a giant living suit of armor. His life flashed before his eyes, but Tsukune quickly got bored of watching the mental records of his painfully monotonous life and simply waited for the killing blow to land. It never did. Tsukune stared blankly at the fist of Mordicalus as it hovered just inches from his face, bits of dust and gravel falling from between the battered iron fingers all around him. What? It stopped. "Thank goodness," Mocha cried, grabbing Tsukune and trying to pull him away. "Wait," the human boy said suddenly. "Back off for a moment." Mocha looked confused and hesitant, but she let go of him and moved away. Tsukune stared up at the Lord Golem curiously. "I think I get it. The last people that commanded this thing were human, so it won't hurt humans, huh?" Inwardly, he marveled at how easy he now found it to shrug off being almost crushed to a paste. "I must be getting used to this school after all." "Tsukune? Is it dead, or what?" Kuromu asked, landing on a brazier a ways away from the rest of the group. "No, I don't think so," Tsukune replied. Then, as he stared up into the gleaming jewel that made up its eyes, he got an idea. "Mordicalus, step back." The girl's eyes bugged out at the massive construct promptly did as instructed, standing up straight and then taking one step back before stopping. "You can command that thing?" Youkai shouted in shock. "How? Why? It's my monster power, that's all," Tsukune said awkwardly, fishing for an explanation that didn't involve revealing his humanity. He himself was surprised that the giant construct would take orders from literally any human that gave them, but judging from Jadeite's earlier history lesson, that was precisely the irony of the device. What kind of monster are you?" Youkai demanded hotly. Tsukune chuckled nervously. "Sorry. It's against the rules to tell you. What I want to know is why you didn't do that earlier," Kuromu asked, crossing her arms under her breasts. "Well, Actually, I didn't think I could do it at all, Tsukune said honestly, shrugging. I'm just as surprised as you guys. Okay, so, now that we have the golem under control, what are we going to do with it? Youkai asked, giving Tsukune suspicious glances. No way can we hand it over to Professor Jadeite, Kuromu snapped angrily. He actually took off and left us here to fight a gigantic creature we had no hope of defeating. Isn't that exactly what we did to him last time? Mocha asked. But he doesn't know that, Kuromu protested. Besides, he deserved it. I say we make the golem smash him. Tsukune winced. Even if that worked, it would probably wreck half the school in the process. Mocha shook her head. Tsukune's right. We should destroy it. Destroy it? Tsukune asked, finding Mocha's suggestion as unlikely as Kuromu's. How are we supposed to do that? Does Morticlues come with a self-destruct button? Ding! The teenagers jumped in surprise at the noise that came from the war golem standing next to them, and all of them turned to see an unfamiliar symbol in the middle of the jewel on its face. Ding! The same sound rang out once again, and the symbol changed, although this one made no more sense to them than the first. Ding! Another sound, another unrecognizable symbol. What's it doing? Mocha asked nervously. As long as it doesn't start swinging at us again, who cares? Kuromu muttered, shrugging. Ding! Youkai frowned. It almost seems like a countdown. Ding! Ranma squinted his eyes as he watched a distant pillar of light erupt from deep within the wasteland beyond the school, ascending to the heavens amidst a cloud of dust and ash. Wonder what that was, he mumbled to himself as he turned away from the window. He had seen the sudden detonation entirely by chance, being on his way back to the dorms. Before being interrupted, he had been considering Saffron's arrival and what it might mean for his remaining time at Youkai Academy. His eventual conclusion was that it meant absolutely nothing, aside from their one, earth-shaking fight that had prompted their enrollment at Youkai Academy. Ranma had nothing to do with the Phoenix King, and with Saffron weakened and sealed he posed little threat anyway. Still, it rankled him to dismiss Saffron so easily. More than the immortal king himself, there was the matter of the Hell Kings that had sealed him. Would they have visited the Tendo household if Ranma hadn't agreed to enroll at Youkai voluntarily? What was their scheme in all this? Ostensibly the mysterious priests were upholding some sort of balance and worked for peaceful ends, but Ranma didn't buy that. Someone who could march into Phoenix Mountain, slap Saffron with ancient magic, and then stroll out unscathed had goals beyond making sure Saffron got special classes in not killing people. In Ranma's experience, nobody with that kind of power was ever benign, and even if they were only enforcing their will upon others in the interests of humanity, there were problems with that, too. Well, if they're really all that important and powerful, it's probably just a matter of time before they kidnap Akan for some reason. I guess I'll meet them then. He didn't know why ancient priests of order might possibly want his fiancée, but that was just the way these things worked. His musings halted as he noticed Kana ahead of him in the hall, walking in the same direction he was. Kana. Yo! Wait up! He shouted out, startling the girl slightly as she turned around to see him. Ranma quickly made up the distance, wheeling around the few other students that were wandering the halls at this time of day. Hey, how you doing? It's been a while since we last got the chance to talk. Kana flushed and lowered her head, her eyes nervously flitting about at the other people around them. Yeah, I guess I'm with Tsukune and his girls pretty often, but that doesn't mean you can't hang out with us, you know, Ranma insisted, leaning in closer so that he could hear the girl. They've forgiven you for that hypnosis thing, you know. They won't cause any trouble. As Kana began walking side by side with Ranma, she thought over his words and frowned. Ranma raised an eyebrow. Yeah, pretty much. Mocha and Kurumu are all over him, even if Mocha's kind of phony about it. Why? Kana's expression was not quite disgusted, but she definitely found the prospect unpleasant. What do they see in him? Ranma repeated, straightening. Well, I guess you'd have to ask them, but Tsukune's got plenty of good points, the big-tailed boy insisted, wagging a finger. He's a really nice guy, for one, and besides that, he's really good at sympathizing with people, and, he's polite. Ranma frowned. Okay, so he's mostly just got the nice guy thing going for him, but that counts for a lot. Especially around here, what with half the student body out to eat the other half. Kana nodded reluctantly, having to agree. She still couldn't really fathom how two girls as beautiful as Mocha and Kurumu ended up latching onto the least remarkable specimen in the freshman class though, especially when Ranma was around. Not that she was complaining, of course. Oh, right. I do owe you a favor, don't I? Ranma asked, nodding. What can I? His head snapped up suddenly as his eyes narrowed. Actually, I think I'll need a rain check on that. Somebody wants to play. Ranma stopped in his tracks as he turned his head to the side, catching sight of his target leaning casually against the opposite side of the hall, pumping a barbell. The man giving off waves of aggressive energy grinned, staring down at the big-tailed boy. Ah, you're a sharp one, aren't you? You caught me right away. Here. As Ranma sized up the fellow, his expression darkened somewhat. I'm actually feeling pretty stupid for not noticing you earlier, he mumbled. You're freaking huge. The young man leaning against the wall was over 6 feet tall with a massive frame bulging with muscle, mostly concentrated in his arms and shoulders. His bleached blonde hair was slicked back over his head, and an enormous chin dominated his facial features. So spit it out, what terrible crime have I committed this time? Ranma asked, warding Kana back as he approached the giant. Or are you not with those enforcer chumps? I don't remember seeing you before. Dog, I'm not an enforcer. Name's Raichi, but you can call me Chopper. Wrestling team. Ranma raised an eyebrow. So what's your beef with me? I got no beef, Chopper said, his lips stretching into a wide grin as he crossed the width of the hall toward the big-tailed boys. I just heard some stories, is all. He let the marble fall from his slack fingers onto the floor. Crack! It promptly embedded itself into the tile, and Kana gulped loudly as she backed up against the wall behind Ranma. You see, rumor has it that there's this hotshot freshman that's been causing a ruckus amongst the rabble, so to speak, Chopper said, bracing one arm against a row of lockers next to Ranma as he leered down at the big-tailed boys, getting in all kinds of fights with the low-level troublemakers and throwing his weight around. What's your point? Ranma asked, crossing his arms over his chest. I don't mean to rush you, but I was kind of heading somewhere, and you're holding me up. A chuckle emerged from deep within Chopper's throat. Well, that kind of thing normally doesn't amount to much around here, but then I heard that this same kid was apparently the new star of Wildman's Fight Club. And, well, that's a pedigree worth looking at. I'm still waiting for that point, Ranma murmured. Here's your point, Chopper said amiably before calmly swinging his arms toward the lockers in a lazy backhand. Crunch! The steel containers crumpled like tinfoil under Chopper's knuckles, and the enormous blonde man grinned as the sound of twisting metal filled the hall. This is about you and me, Sodom. Rumors are getting out of hand, saying you're indestructible and nonsense like that, Chopper said, licking his lips in anticipation of violence. So it looks like it's up to me to put you in your place. You tell me when and where, and, at that point in Chopper's tirade, one of the damaged locker doors popped off of its hinges and collapsed onto the floor, followed a moment later by a purple-haired girl who tumbled out into the hall amongst a pile of books and scrap paper. Chopper blinked as the unfamiliar student crawled between his legs and then dashed away behind him without saying a word. The hell? Who was that? He mumbled. Oh, that's just... What was her name? Mizor, I think it was. She's been stalking me all day, Ranma explained, shrugging as if it was of no real consequence. Anyway, if you're just looking for a fight to prove how good you are, I accept, he said, smiling. I'd take you on now, but me and Kana were just on our way. Ranma stopped talking as Kana suddenly tapped him on the shoulder, and when he turned to look, he noticed that her one visible eye was cold and serious. Hey? What's wrong? The siren whispered. Oh. Okay. I guess I'll see you later, then, Ranma mumbled as Kana walked quickly down the hall, passing by Chopper without giving the wrestler so much as a glance. Sorry to interrupt your little date, Chopper sneered as he started cracking his knuckles, but really, guys like us should be training, not skirt chasing. Ranma caught himself smiling a bit, having appreciated the sentiment. You got that right. So where is this happening? Roof? Chopper asked, jabbing the fun behind him. Ranma smiled as he gestured toward the stairs. Ladies first. Ms. Shirayuki panted heavily as she leaned against the door to the gym, her hand over her chest and her breath coming out in heavy, misty clouds of chilled air. Not so much from having been caught sneaking around Ranma again as much as from being trapped in a locker that had almost imploded with her inside. Ranma is surrounded by many violent people, she decided after giving it some thought. She had heard that the pig-tailed boy was a fighter and had taken to the unruly halls of Youkai Academy with gusto, but she didn't imagine it would be so easy to get caught in the line of fire. After catching her breath, she stood up and considered where to pick up the trail next. Maybe I should wait at his dorm. If I remember right, he rooms with that other one. Otto something. Maybe I can. Hello there. A voice boomed from behind Mizore, causing her to jump in fright. After whirling about in a panic, she was thoroughly surprised to see a girl just a bit shorter than she was standing in the middle of the hall, hands crossed over her chest and a bemused expression on her face. Her long hair was purple, if a much darker shade than Mizore's own, and crested her head in such a way as to hide one half of her face before spilling over her shoulder. Huh? Who are you? Mizore said suspiciously, her eyes narrowing. Did that voice come from her? It sounded so deep and powerful. Kana snorted as she ran a hand through her hair, fixing Mizore with a disdainful stare. There's no need for introductions. I intend to make this short and to the point. Stop following Ranma around. Alright. HMMM. Mizore's eyes gleamed even as the local temperature dropped several degrees. And who do you think you are? Telling me what to do? She asked, slouching slightly as she glared down at Kana. The siren girl stood her ground, though she was wary of the sudden fall in temperature. Somehow she doubted it was just a reflection of the mood. I'm not going to try and stake Ranma as mine or anything of the sort, Kana said, but following him around like a creep is going to get you hurt, understand? And who's going to hurt me? Mizore mumbled, taking a step forward. The moment she put her foot down, a thick layer of ice covered the floor around her shoe before rapidly spreading outward, the frost quickly creeping toward Kana's own feet. The siren was unimpressed. Knock it off. Crack. The ice patch promptly shattered, and Mizore took a step back as she felt an uncomfortable tremor run through her body. Kana glared harshly at the taller girl through her visible eye, and then turned around sharply. I'm done here. You can ignore my warning if you want, but don't expect to get away with it. Why in such a hurry? Mizore said, her voice husky as clouds of mist seeped out from between her lips with every breath. You show up out of nowhere to threaten me, and then just want to walk away. Kana stopped as her eyes narrowed. I'm letting you off easy, weirdo. I didn't come here to fight. This time. Well, what if I told you I had no plans to leave Ranma alone? Mizore said, rolling her lollipop around in her mouth as she gazed expressionlessly at the shorter girl. What are you going to do about it? Kana's expression became more heated as the tension in the air rose, presenting a stark contrast to Mizora's cold, lazy expression. The only thing that kept her from taking up the invitation to attack was that she didn't know Mizora's true form. Obviously the taller girl was some sort of ice elemental or frost creature, and Kana could shatter ice crystals easily. On the other hand, they were inside and within arm's reach of each other, and if Mizora was any more capable a fighter than she was, that would put the siren at a fatal disadvantage. Still, the thought of wiping that dead expression off the other girl's face with a sonic blast was so tempting. Crash! Both girls flinched from a sudden loud noise originating from far above, and both felt much of the tension melt away as the walls shook slightly. HMPH. Looks like Ranma and that brute had it already, Kana said, turning around again and walking away. I've said my piece. Good night. Mizora snorted at the siren's back. Though inwardly she was rather relieved things hadn't come to blows. She didn't fancy herself a fighter, even if she was a fairly powerful monster. Whatever. I'm sure I'll see you around, Shorty. Just as Mizora and Kana were engaged in simmering conflict below, Ranma had his own conflict at the top of the school. And although his was notable for being far less heated and emotional, there was no small irony in the level of violence involved. Crunch! Concrete buckled underfoot as Chopper slammed a leg down, narrowly missing the big-tailed boy as Ranma darted through the larger boy's defenses. Come on, you gotta be faster than that. Ranma taunted as he bounced away behind the wrestler. I thought you were gonna teach me a lesson. Unless the lesson is everyone here is just as slow and weak as that loser Saiso. Chopper reacted quite warmly to the jibes, his lips curling into a smile as he shifted around. Just warming up, chump. You ain't seen nothing yet. Ranma darted in while his opponent was taunting, and was fairly surprised when Chopper managed to block his first few jabs before being struck by a kick that sized around his defenses. A retaliatory haymaker sent Ranma bouncing backward, skidding to a stop as his foe continued to advance. Now that I look at him, he actually has a decent guard, Ranma noted as he observed the wrestler carefully. He's not just depending on his natural power to see him through. This guy actually knows how to fight. Ranma ducked under a left hook, and then launched his own series of punches that all ended up slamming into Chopper's iron-hard forearm before the wrestler brought his other arm down onto toward the agile human's head. Crunch! The surface of the roof cracked badly under the power of Chopper's attack, although Ranma himself once again hopped back to avoid the impact completely. TCH. Hard to hit, ain't ya? Just like a damn net, the wrestler complained as he shook his hand to get rid of the bits of cement sticking to his knuckles. Okay, so what now? Ranma asked, standing just out of Chopper's reach with his hands in his pockets. Like things are now, I'm gonna win. You haven't hit me once, and I've pretty much been playing with ya. Chopper chuckled deeply, the sound degenerating into a rumbling growl deep in his throat. Alright, I getcha. The wrestler said as his body started expanding. Enough playing around. Let's do this for real. Chopper's skin hardened and took on a tough, rock-like texture even as his body continued growing, and spines began poking out of his head and the back of his neck as his teeth started lengthening into sharpened tusks. Within seconds, Chopper's body was about twice its previous size, with arms roughly the size of a man by themselves and fists like wrecking balls. "You ready for this, Sodom?" Chopper snarled, his voice a constant, rumbling growl. "Bring it on." With an ecstatic roar, the troll swung forward. "Hi everyone! It's time again for the Monster Encyclopedia segment," Tsukune said brightly. "Today the topic is, of course, trolls." The homeroom teacher turned to the blackboard, pointing to a drawing of Europe. Native to Northern Europe, trolls are a tough, headstrong, tribal species. Most of them can be found in Norway, and it's said that ancient Viking warriors would sometimes hunt them for sport in order to test their martial prowess. Shizuka moved on to a silhouette of Chopper that had arrows pointing to the hands that connected to the word pain. Trolls are unsophisticated but brutal warrior giants that love to fight. They don't have much in the way of culture or intellect, but there are few better monsters for wading into a battlefield. The stupidity of trolls is a very common stereotype, and although we here at Youkai Academy frown upon such prejudice, that stereotype exists for a reason. In fact, out of his entire tribe, Chopper was the only one to pass the entrance exam, which very nearly makes him a genius by trollish standards. The next section of the blackboard had a sophisticated drawing of an organic cell structure, and was done in a crisp, precise drawing style that made it clear that it was not produced by Miss Nakonom. The troll's other claim to fame, and a much more positive one, is their ability to regenerate. A troll can heal a wound in a matter of moments, even if the wound causes critical damage to major organs. Lost limbs regrow and reach full strength within a day, and even a troll that has been, for all intents and purposes, killed will usually recover, sometimes before their opponent has even caught their breath. There are even records of trolls being hacked to pieces, only to regrow entire bodies from the stump of their necks. Shizuka shook her head. If one wants to hurt a troll permanently, or at least permanently enough to win, one has to either inflict a truly massive amount of damage at once, or keep the wound from healing naturally. Fire and acid are the most popular methods, but ice and poison will also impede the growth of healthy flesh. Alternatively, you can just stick a weapon in them and leave it in to keep the wound from closing, although being unarmed against an angry troll is probably a worse situation. So, as usual, fire is the answer. Bye-bye. Whoa! Ranma jumped back as Chopper's claws grazed the surface of the roof, tearing through the cement and leaving a series of shallow scars behind. The troll immediately followed up with a straight punch with his other arm, and even as it passed by harmlessly, Ranma was impressed by the air pressure surrounding it from the sheer force behind his fist. Still too slow. Ranma shouted as he leapt past Chopper's guard, slamming a foot into the troll's chin before rearing his arms back. Kachoo Tenshin Amagurikan! The martial artist shouted, his arms becoming a blur as he hammered hundreds of punches into Chopper's torso. The massive monster staggered backward from the hail of attacks, and Ranma grinned as he hopped backward before a clumsy punch could tag him. That grin faded somewhat as he watched the troll catch his breath, and it vanished outright as he watched the numerous bruises shrink and the hammered flesh rise back to its previous healthy state. Not too shabby, Chopper admitted, mildly impressed that he hadn't managed to even touch the big-tailed boy yet. But you can't take me down with that much power. Don't tell me all you're good at is running away. It is kind of what my school of martial arts specializes in, Ranma admitted, rubbing the back of his head. Well, that and mid-air combat. But you don't look like much of a jumper to me. Too bad for you, Chopper said curtly before throwing a wide backhand at the martial artist. Ranma hopped back in time to avoid that blow, but even then was nearly knocked off his feet by the rush of air following the troll's attack. Okay, so his body's too tough for me to beat into submission. Fine. Let's try attack strategy number 2, aim for the head. Ranma promptly launched himself into a jump kick, and Chopper managed to shield his face with an arm to block the attack. Using the troll's arm as a springboard, Ranma launched himself up even further into the air, positioning himself strategically as he reached the apex of his jump. Chopper, trying to keep a beat on his opponent as best he could, raised his head to look, but then promptly shut his eyes from the glare of the sun that briefly silhouetted Ranma's form. As gravity finally regained control of the defiant martial artist, Ranma began to spin around in the air, holding his arms out as his revolutions became faster and faster until he resembled a giant red and black top. K.O.M. Due to being briefly blinded, Chopper didn't see the attack coming until Ranma's foot slammed into him like a meteor, striking his forehead with enough force to knock him off his feet before drilling his head directly into the surface of the roof. Much of that surface buckled under the impact and the tremorous force that followed it, surrounding the troll's spasming body with a web of deep cracks. Ranma promptly lost his balance as he stopped spinning around, being too dizzy to keep himself falling flat on his face right next to Chopper. Whoa. That was kinda fun, Ranma admitted, his head spinning. Kinda hard on the legs. Oh. Staggering to his feet, the big-tailed boy shook his head to clear it, and then turned toward Chopper's prone, unmoving body. Well, you were pretty tough, but I was better, Ranma said solemnly, dusting off his hands. His mock respect faded as Chopper's hand suddenly rose up and wrapped tightly around his legs, immobilizing him. This is not going according to plan, Ranma noted warily as Chopper slowly pushed himself out of the cement crater with his free hand. The troll's face had been mangled, smashed, and bloodied by the ferocious attack, and Ranma watched in grim fascination as bones shifted back into their proper places, Swollen flesh receded, and patches of dried blood broke away like bits of air and dirt. That's just unfair, Ranma noted as the pressure around his lower torso increased considerably. Now, Chopper mumbled, his fully regenerated face stretching into a satisfied smile. I gotcha. Me. Ranma whimpered slightly as the troll lifted him up into the air, and he grit his teeth against the pain as he was slammed into the surface of the roof hard enough to leave a fresh crater next to the larger one he had made with Chopper's body. UPSE Daisy. The troll cheered as he flung the stunned big-tailed boy into the air high above him. Then, after giving his meaty knuckles a slobbery kiss, he wound back his arm as Ranma came plummeting back down to the roof. Wham! Ranma's dazed body was hit dead on by the troll's massive fist, sending the big-tailed boy flying across the length of the roof. Crash! First the building's air conditioning unit was demolished as Ranma's body tore through it, shearing the flimsy construct in two and sending the shattered remains flying to the side. He then bounced once onto the surface of the roof, kicking up a burst of broken cement from the brief impact, before slamming into and through the steel fence that encircled the rooftop. Dog, dog, dog. Chopper guffawed loudly, his voice receding into the distance as Ranma plummeted helplessly to the ground. Silence reigned as Tsukune, Mocha, Kurumu and Youkai trudged back to Youkai Academy from their exploration club activity. That which needed to be said had been said. That which did not need to be said nobody wished to hear. The ultimate results of the expedition were quite obvious, judging by the disarray of its members. All were badly scorched and thickly covered with dirt and dust. Their uniforms were badly damaged, Kurumu's to the point of indecency. The few strips of skirt that remained were hardly enough to conceal her panties, but it was obviously the upper portion of her outfit that had suffered the most, judging by how she was hugging her arms over her chest to avoid exposing all. Tsukune certainly would have offered her a shirt or coat if his own had been up to the task. All that remained of his school jacket was the collar, and very little of his shirt remained past his shoulders. Youkai and Mocha had gotten off easier, as Youkai had managed to use her magic to form a barrier from the assorted rubble. Naturally she had elected to protect herself and Mocha rather than stretch herself trying to save everyone, but both were still in poor shape, and definitely had no clothes of their own to spare. We're almost to the campus, guys, Tsukune said, his breath heavy. Kurumu, do you want me to, bring you back some clothes or something? Thanks, but it's fine, the succubus muttered, glancing around irritably at the dry, leafless trees that made up the forest surrounding Youkai Academy. It's times like these when I think that this place could use some real greenery. A bunch of leaves would be handy right now. She shook her head as her wings sprouted. Whatever. I'll just fly back to my room. I want to wake up and start pretending the last hour was just a bad dream as soon as Wham! Just as the succubus was starting to lift off the ground, a red and black blur slammed into her like a missile, sending the sultry teenager plowing into the dirt as the other Exploration Club members stared in shock. "Hey Kuromu! Kuromu, are you alright?" Tsukune cried, rushing up to the pair of twitching bodies. After a few moments he recognized the makeshift projectile as well, and his eyes bugged out even further. "Ranma? What happened to you? Speak to me." Where did he come from?" Mocha asked, aghast at the suddenly impact. Youkai frowned as her eyes turned toward the nearest school building. Kuromu, for her part, groaned painfully as she tried to get up, only realizing loudly that there was something fairly heavy on top of her. "What the? Ranma? Is that you?" the succubus slurred as she fought to remain conscious. "So much pain," Ranma mumbled weakly, his entire body throbbing, but functional. Thanks in no small part to Kuromu breaking his fall, no doubt. He even had the dubious fortune of landing his face right between her breasts, giving that region a great deal of extra padding. Kuromu growled in frustration and she sat up, shutting the martial artist off of her. "All right, now what the hell is going on?" Ranma grunted as he fought against the vertigo of his sudden descent combined with the agony resulting from the heavy impacts.